frustrated. We're frustrated. Like, it's almost like Saturday's a collective vent session for both sides on what's gone wrong this year.
Well, and it's just, what you say, it's interesting that you put it that way in terms of what Dabo did, because again, and I'm not picking on anybody, you go back to opening weekend and they beat LSU in that barn burner of a game. And
they lost to LSU.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they lost to LSU, but they lost to LSU. LSU wins the game, but we're like, wow, that LSU team.
Yeah, we thought LSU.
Oh, Garrett Nussmeier, look at the way he's a leader, and he put up with everything. And, boy, that LSU team, what a victory in Memorial Stadium at night. LSU, and in a way, we South Carolina fans also looked at that game and was like, ooh, that game in Baton Rouge is going to be in Death Valley is going to be even more difficult now.
Yep.
And it was still difficult, but not for the same reasons as LSU being good and South Carolina being good.
I mean, LSU went from being what we thought was a good team in week number 1 to a lot of people had them penciled in as their national championship favorite after that win. Because, again, it looked like at the time beating Clemson in Memorial Stadium, that's a really, really good quality win. Now, as the season went along, we obviously learned about what both teams are, and hindsight being 2020, we know the truth now. But at the time, it's like, oh my God, Brian Kelly's got his championship team, and Nussmeier's going to do this and that, and that's Clemson's loss, but it's a good loss, and the committee's not going to hold that against him come November. And now we know the reality.
So you're 100% right. It's amazing how the things that we discuss and talk about, and that's, I think I'm becoming, more cynical about our conversations in July and August and the things of that nature, Tyler.
Yeah.
Because we don't know. And, I enjoy talking about the polls, the polls that come out, the preseason polls, but how irrelevant they are because Texas won, Penn State 2.
Yeah.
Clemson 4, or was it 3, 4, whatever it was?
So after on that day when Penn State lost to UCLA and Texas lost to Florida, they both became unranked.
Right.
And at that point, all 3 of the teams that started off the year ranked inside the top 3 were unranked, a month into the season?
Yeah, something of that. So, so here we sit today on Tuesday, November the 25th. Shane Beamer will speak here in about 45 minutes, and we'll hear his take on the South Carolina Clemson game and what he thinks more about his team. Reminder, and this is actually kind of big. I think I actually am now. I think this is going to be the week that I understand maybe the importance, even though they're at times fake, of the injury reports.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to get them this week. We don't get those this week.
Look, we lived a long time without them in college football, and that was just kind of the norm. But it's one of those things that, once you have it, right? It's like, well, now I kind of like having that information.
I'd like to know what the Nick Barber situation is.
Right. And look, it changes throughout the week, but you get one on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then 90 minutes before kickoff, and you can see how guys evolve. And I feel like Carolina is very honest about what they put on their injury report. Beamer's not like Kiffin where he'll play around with it unless the entire team is questionable. So what you see on there is usually pretty legit, and I haven't paid enough attention to Clemson's this year, but I imagine Dabo probably about the same way. We could have learned some significant things going into the weekend about who is available, who's questionable, banged up, and all that kind of stuff, particularly from 2 of South Carolina's most important players in Nick Barber and Dylan Stewart. Yeah,
so it's funny, entertaining. It is all what it is, and we get it going here on your Tuesday. We'll do that. Perry Orth set to join us at about 2:30 today. We'll get into that, but I kind of want to dive into a little bit of a conversation here because I'm seeing either flat liars, and I don't know what other word to use, but people I don't care anymore. We're not going to bowl. Doesn't matter. We win or lose to Clemson. I don't care. Whereas I can tell you for 42 years of my life, I've heard a lot of Gamecocks say, hey, if we went 1-11, but we beat Clemson, that's a good year. And I'm like, I don't think that's a good year. I know you're being a little dramatic on that.
Sure.
But what does, the serious question here is, what does beating Clemson's going to a bowl, appears to be a bowl in Texas, according to all the projections right now. I think the Sun Bowl appears to be the most popular. What does beating Clemson do for this year?
Are you talking about for the team or for fans individually?
For the singular, for the fans.
Okay.
For the fans. If you're a fan, the team, no offense to them, not worried about them. They gotta, there's a whole million things that goes through their mind as soon as this game ends, and maybe even it's already going through their mind now. But for fans who have endured 11 weeks of this, we've talked about Mike Shula, and we've talked about blown leads, and we've talked about a lot of stuff that I won't go down a path of. What does winning on Saturday actually mean?
I think for fans, plural, it's the overall bragging rights. I think individually, though, it depends on your daily encounters with fans of the other team, right? Because if you work in a place with a lot of Clemson fans, winning this game this weekend is your opportunity to hold that against them for the next calendar year. If you work with a bunch of Gamecock fans who you've already kind of been sulking on what the season's been, I don't know if it moves the needle quite as much. So I do think it's up to your own individual daily life experiences on how you view the quality of what this win could be if you get it this weekend.
And facts are facts, numbers are numbers. Clemson owns with a capital O this rivalry looking at it.
Yeah.
A win for them in a 6-5 season makes them 7-5 is just another win where they just point to like, hey, it's just another notch in our belt. We do this twice as many times as y'all do it.
Sure.
So I don't even know what it necessarily means to them. I have not read it. I did see it on Gamecock Central where Larry Williams wrote, and I believe it was Larry Williams of Tiger Illustrated, wrote an article that basically stated business for the Tigers have been good in Columbia since 2013.
Yeah, and it has.
So I see the point where a Clemson fan is like, well, if we win, that's great, but we do this 50% of the time to y'all. This is not anything new. This is big brother slam dunking little brother again and closing out your year. And I was there in 99 when there might have been a little more thrill of it. I don't know what Clemson's record was in 99, but when Clemson won to finish off South Carolina's 0-11 season, and they were throwing the 0 bars on the field at the very end of the game. So I understood that. But from a Clemson fan's perspective, what I see on this is a Clemson fan going like, yeah, we beat you, but we do this so often that I don't know. South Carolina fans, on the other hand, to me, it raises 803-404-6100. Is it your Super Bowl? Does it give you some gratitude in the season? Does it give you gratitude in the off season? Aside from bragging rights, like I don't. How does it make you feel about what has just occurred over the last 11 weeks?
I don't think people are going to admit to the Super Bowl thing, because that is more of a compliment to the other side than anything else. Like, oh, well, this game is y'all's whole year type of thing. Like, I think people are a little weary to say it's a Super Bowl type of thing, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. But people may say that. There's nothing left out. I mean, you're not playing for a chance in the playoffs, South Carolina. You're not playing for a chance in the playoffs, or Clemson. You're not playing for a chance in a power bowl game. You're not playing for a chance in a bowl game.
Right.
I think, did you see the statistic like the other day? There's like 20-plus teams. There's going to be a lot of 6-6 teams that get left out of bowl games.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, the whole thing about you could be 5-7, the APR score could help you out. That's likely not going to happen.
No, it's out the window this year.
It's out the window. So, yes, your season ends Saturday at roughly 3:30 when the clock hits 0, and you're either going to be 4-8 or you're going to be 5-7. Now, again, neither one of those is great, and we're going to have a lot of bad conversations in the offseason about what the season could have been. But, yeah, your last shred of optimism, or the opportunity at it at least, is beating your rival in the upstate to where maybe they have a more miserable offseason than you.
Bun weighs in. It's all we have left. Means everything for the season now. Beat Clemson. Jeff says, from my perspective, it puts a Band-Aid on the season. We should have fired Shula much earlier in the season. I believe the season would have turned out differently had we done that. I don't have to deal with any obnoxious Clemson fans, so the smack talk doesn't really come into play.
See, again, there you go. It's your personal experience in life. If you're around a lot of them, that's going to matter more.
Wesley weighs in. It means bragging rights for 365 days and hope for keeping current players next year. Brad says it just changes from a disaster to a bad year. It changes from we suck, but we suck to at least we ain't.
I want one of those comments. I want to get to that on the other side.
Okay.
Is this game enough to keep people around? I really want an example on that. Let's talk about that on the other side.
Yeah, that's my question to you for the next 40 minutes. I'm kind of interested, and we'll get a couple more of y'all weighing in. I know there's importance to it. I'm not saying there's not, but I'm trying to gauge what the level, because Tyler and I have done this show. He's done it more than me because I was out sick for a while. We've listened to the complaints and the anger and the borderline apathy and the frustration and all the words you want to use to describe being 4-7. And I get where you're feeling. I know where you're feeling. I'm a fan too. I'm there with you. But what does this really mean? And I'll get to Bryce's text. We'll get to a lot of it. 803-404-6100 is the halftime show. got Shane Beamer coming up for you here in about 40 minutes, and we'll get to hear everything that he's got to say as it pertains to health and his football team and everything leading up to Saturday afternoon, noon, SEC Network over at Williams-Brice Stadium right now, trying to gauge I don't want to put the importance. It's just that for so long, I've heard so many different things about this game, Tyler.
Yep.
Being a fan of South Carolina. And as I've joked yesterday, slightly joked, but true, semi-nostalgic. It's like we've gone back to the 90s.
Sure.
You mentioned, though, first time we've had this game without an actual ranked team, either one, since 2008.
That is correct.
It's a different Carolina-Clemson game than we are accustomed to.
Well, and especially with what was on the line last year, where, again, we didn't know that Syracuse was going to beat Miami and Clemson was going to have another opportunity to make the playoff, a week later by playing in the ACC championship game. We thought we were watching a true playoff elimination game last year based on where both teams are ranked, and obviously even winning still didn't get Carolina in, but we had optimism that that was going to be enough to maybe vault them in when the final rankings came out, and we watched the entire game with that understanding in our minds. And then you fast forward to this year, and it's a complete 180. One of the texters there a moment ago made the comment of, if this game goes well enough, that's the opportunity for more guys to stick around. I'll push back on that because I don't know if even your best performance on Saturday, if you already have in your mind you're going to leave, I don't know if winning against Clemson changes that for you. You know what I mean? Like, I still think, and look, this is just the nature of college football, there's going to be a handful of guys, maybe 10, 12, 15, who knows, they're going to leave in the transfer portal. You're going to go out there and get guys to replace them, obviously, and you're going to bring in new high school talent, but, like, guys are going to leave. That's just part of it. And I don't think that, and not saying that he would be one of the ones thinking about this, but let's say Lenore Sellers is thinking of leaving, right? Goes out there and has a phenomenal performance against Clemson and then win the game. I don't know if that changes his mind. It's a great game for him, but I don't know if that, again, I'm not saying he's one of the ones thinking about leaving. We have no reporting that suggests that would be the case, but I don't even know if having a great game against Clemson changes your mind on that. You know what I mean?
I have no clue. There's so many questions that we will start trying to answer a week from yesterday. Let's get out to the phone line. Several of you, I want to get to the text messages as well, and I know, again, we got kind of a shortened hour because of Shane Beamer coming up at 1 o'clock. But let's start with Jason, who's held on patiently. Jason, how you doing, buddy? What's on your mind?
Hey, it is a strange Carolina-Clemson week. As a Clemson fan, this will sound a little weird, but I'll explain it. It reminds me of 07. It's not like 98 where, one team, I think, had 2 wins, the other team had 1. And I guess a lot of people would hearken back to 98 on this one. For me, it's a little different, is that I have a coach that for 5 years, after the rules changed, he hasn't followed one rule. So he doesn't play by the rules. My coach just will not play by the rules. He will not raise NIL money. He will not get into bidding wars for high school elite talent. And he will not use the portal properly. And those are the 3 rules changes that you had to change with it. So I need him out of there. He's gone from the second best coach in the history of college football before the rules changes to a guy that will go somewhere between 5-7 and 7-5 for the rest of his day, wherever he may go. If he continues to not follow the rules, which I think after 4.5 years of not following them, he's not going to follow them. So, now go back to 07. I knew what I had in Bowden. I knew what he was. He was between 6 and 9 wins, and we were never going to do anything special. And we were playing Carolina, and the way he saved his job in 03 was to beat Carolina. And I'm like, the way he's going to save his job in 07, because he couldn't win the ACC Atlantic to save his life. He'd come up 1 game short every year. And I was like, if we beat Carolina, we're going to keep him going into 08. And there's no way around that. And we won. We won on a buzzer field goal. And I remember it went through, and I got really excited. And I ran around the parking lot with a couple of my buddies. And then I went, oh, no, we're going to keep Coach Bowden. So although I'm pulling for us this weekend, I give us very little chance of beating you. I think you're more violent than we are at the point of attack. I don't think we're violent at the point of attack, period. We're just not violent at the point of attack. You are. You just had a really, really bad offensive line, and that's the noose around your neck on almost all these games. And your quarterback still, like last year, turns the ball over. My quarterback turns the ball over too, so that could be both of us doing the same thing this Saturday. But if we do lose, it will be the least hurt, just like 07, that I am over this game. I don't want to lose, but if I do, I get what I want, which is a step closer in the right direction to getting a coach to Clemson who will play by the rules, because we have the only coach in Power 4 plays by the rules. And so I'm looking forward to getting a coach in there soon that will play by the rules. And this is what I want to ask Carolina fans. Steve Spurrier is one of the greatest coaches in the history of SEC in college football. He had 3 of the greatest years ever at Carolina. I do believe that you deserve this as Carolina fans, but you didn't get it for whatever reason. Some weird stuff happened. But in those 3 years, you never went to the Rose, the Fiesta, the Cotton, the Orange, or any of the New Year's Day Bowl. Carolina still has never been to those 5 bowls in 130 years of football. Shane Beamer has twice used the portal in a fantastic way to create great seasons for you, to go get great quarterbacks for you out of the portal, wide receivers, tight ends, linebacker, an entire front 7 last year. It was 6 of the 7 were non-high school portal players, SEC Player of the Year from Georgia Tech, a guy from Charlotte that no one knew about when he got ace. I mean, over and over, this guy has done this, and he plays by the rule, and he plays well by the rule. He engages with your mega boosters and raises NIL money. My coach won't do that.
All right, go ahead.
But why would you think this is what I want to ask you, Art, and please let me hang on because I'm not on the radio anymore. What is it that you think you're going to get when Steve Spurrier, you don't get any better than that guy, and you saw what he did or didn't do? How come so quick to fire people? Do you not know what you are for 130 years?
Oh, yeah,
you
okay.
think you're something other than what you are?
Yeah, I appreciate the phone call. You want to answer that? Because you're the unbiased opinion.
Yeah. So I get the path that he's trying to go down there where, look, I don't think anybody's saying that Shane Beamer is a better coach than Steve Spurrier is at this point in time. Spurrier had a track record coming in, and Shane Beamer hasn't, and I don't even winning this weekend doesn't magically change that or anything. But he brings up an interesting point that, again, I'll carry over to the other side about with the spot that both these teams are in right now, are you willing to cheer against your own team if you think it benefits you in a rivalry game? Because that's another layer to this that I don't think we're giving enough attention to. We can talk about that on the other side.
All right. I see you on the phone lines, Casey. So Tyler wants to get to that. I have to go back through and find the text message he wants to get to. We got a bunch of text messages. Jason, if you want to hold on, I'll try and address your questions as well. I think you were asking about, I feel like Jason was saying, why are y'all in a rush to fire Shane Beamer? I feel like that's the way he was going. I'll go back and respond to that. So much to do, so much to talk about, so little time to do it. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing, where you've heard me tell you this for over 30 years. They've been the leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry, and it's that proven history that is your assurance that their professionals will get the job done. They'll do it in a safe, a timely, but most importantly, a pleasing manner for you and your operation. That's right. It might be a home. It might be your business. You might be in Charleston or Columbia. You might be in Greenville or Spartanburg or Aiken or Augusta. But Mid-State Roofing is ready to help you because whether it's a high-rise or a hospital, Mid-State Roofing manufactures and designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that, importantly, keeps your operation dry and running long into the future. Just give them a phone call, 803-356-1919. Again, that's 803-356-1919. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you. Prepare accordingly on Friday, 2 o'clock hour. I don't know what the name of the segment's going to be, but we're going to have Dave rails against Clemson.
I think we could call it that. I mean, we don't got to dress up and make it fancy. There is nothing Dave hates more in his life than that team that wears orange in the upstate.
Well, we'll spend 2 hours getting Dave fired up.
We just gave us a preview there in the break of some of his gripes against Clemson.
We'll get Dave fired up, and then we'll switch Dave and Tyler because we're going to have somebody ready to man the dump button.
Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea. You know what? You made a point a second ago. People are fired up. You know what? I'm glad to see it. This has not been a great year for either side, but there's no apathy this week at least, which is good.
I'll say there's no apathy. Bun weighs back in. I got to edit some of this. He says, "Oh my goodness, I'm changing some of the wording." That dude is exactly why it matters to beat Clemson, or else you got to listen to that brilliance all year long. Thank you, Jason, for the phone call. I will say this real quick. Let me address because he says he doesn't have a radio, and I'll address it. His point about why are you in a rush to fire Beamer? I can understand what he's saying. The Spurrier years notwithstanding, he's right. Odd things happen. Dave, we're not going to do it now. Dave could give you a breakdown of why South Carolina should have been in one of the Orange Bowls, but honestly, legal reasons wouldn't let him in because of stupid rules. The not being in the bowl thing is irrelevant to me. The question is can South Carolina be consistently competitive, and can Shane Beamer be that guy that gets them there? 2 out of 5 years they've been that. And some of y'all might only say 1 because we do remember they were 6-4 before losing to Missouri, before on that final run with top 5 teams, I think, Tennessee and Clemson. But we'll get more into that throughout the week. Let's get to a lot of opinion. Go ahead. You wanted to address
going
something?
off of Jason's point, because he brought up a lot of things there. Look, we're in a world where we do want to fire everybody a lot quicker these days, and to the point where a lot of times you start rooting against your own team by saying, hey, if my team loses X amount of games this year, they'll fire this coach, they'll fire this coordinator, or whatever it may be, and we'll get somebody better in here. Obviously, you've moved on from Mike Shula, so that's out the window. But let's say, and this doesn't even have to be specifically for Beamer, right? Because, again, I think we all feel pretty confident saying Beamer's coming back no matter what happens on Saturday, from what he was able to do a season ago. But let's say you don't want Mike Furr to be the OC. And, again, we've got a very split reaction on this when we've heard from people on the text line, the phone line, Twitter, all that kind of stuff. So there's a segment of people that really don't want him to be the OC, that wants them to go out there and make an outside hire. And, I don't know what Beamer's thinking is on all this, but let's say, if Furry goes out there and puts up a ton of yards and a ton of points on Clemson, maybe that's enough to give him the job. So if you don't want him to be the OC, are you willing to say, you know what? As much as I would hate to lose to the rival, I don't want Furry to be the OC. I don't want to see this offense have success. I'm willing to let this loss happen if the offense looks bad enough to where they go out there and they're forced to make an outside hire. Again, I think I'm talking to a very small minority of people here, but in today's world of college football, those people do exist. Of like, even against a rival, I want the future to be better. I'm willing to take a loss now.
Okay. All right, 803-404-6100. Back to the phone lines. Casey, you want to weigh in this afternoon. Thank you for holding patiently. What's on your mind?
Oh, boys. I'm going to respond real quick to that fellow, that Clemson fan, and I want to say that there was a time in his life where winning at all costs mattered to him. So for the student section and for the majority of us who are very passionate, winning matters a lot, and not just because it's against Clemson, but when it comes to recruiting in today's age, that does matter just as much as the portal. And we live in a world of what did you do for me lately? And that's how a lot of us operate, and that's how a lot of young kids operate. So to be able to point at that win at the end of the season, even if they went to a bowl game, that matters in this state. That matters to kids. So for that reason alone, it's important. But as far as people wanting to get rid of Shane Beamer, I like to call those the 3%ers, the hype men. They're the people they're the most passionate about it, but they don't understand the depth of it. For people that understand the depth of it, we're not calling for Shane's head, because in today's world of football, it's a lot like, pros. And you know real quick that offensive coordinator just ain't working out, so you don't keep them, you get rid of them to look for something better. That's the world today, and that's that guy's biggest problem is that their coach, Dabo, he's not operating in that world, and ours is. And so we're adjusting, and we're going to be good at that. And I hope it works out for Shane Beamer, but not going to bowl games, that don't matter to me, because in today's world, it takes 1 year to change that. So, did we beat Clemson this year or last year? That's what matters because the college football has changed. And that's what I got to say.
Okay. Thank you for the phone call. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again, look, and nobody's thoughts are wrong on this. However you want to feel about this game, this rivalry, this season as a whole is up to your own interpretation. So if the perception of going to a bowl doesn't matter, but being Clemson does, that's fine. And there's a lot of people out there that I think would echo the same sentiments of what Casey is saying. It's like, yeah, we may go 5-7 this year, but at least be Clemson, and I'll take that. And we'll hope to be better next year overall.
803-404-6100. Back to some of these text messages because, again, I want to get to a lot of opinions here. Another texter says South Carolina fans want to win, but they want to see who the offensive coordinator is more importantly. And, I want to see the game. I want South Carolina to win because I have family members, the Coopers, who I would like to make sure they remember that South Carolina won for another 365 days.
Okay.
But and I've told Tyler this a lot over the last 36 hours. Next Monday starts a wild period for South Carolina football.
It does.
And it may not, and I say Monday because we come on air Monday. It may be 5 o'clock Saturday night. It may be Sunday afternoon. There's a lot that's going to happen that I'm more fascinated about next week, starting next week, than I am about Saturday's game. And that's kind of where I am. Bryce weighs in and says no one is excited about this year's game. For both teams to go where this game was in 2024 to both having high expectations into 2025, only for both teams to fall flat on their face, this game is just meh. Other than having one on your rival for 1 year, who cares?
I wouldn't say nobody's excited about it because I think there are plenty of fans that are fired up, but I don't think you're wrong for feeling that way because it almost felt like last year's game was maybe the start of like a new era, right? Where again, Clemson had dominated the rivalry for the past decade or so, where they were competing forward, winning national championships, and Carolina was trying to figure things out. And you had the win in 2022, but that was a team that again looked like it was destined to go 6-6 and pulls a couple of upsets at the very end. But last year, it felt like for the first time in basically a decade, both those programs were kind of on equal footing. Right? And you kind of thought, okay, this is the spark. This is the propelling forward where every single year, maybe this game will be that big game with college football playoff implications and all those kind of things baked in, or two teams on the way to the playoff that are fighting for seeding and all those kind of things. And not to say that was going to happen every single year, but for the immediate next season to be where one side, Carolina, isn't even going to go to a bowl game and the other side is going to go to the Sun Bowl or whatever, and at best going to be like 7-5. It's just a massive letdown, disappointment. Or I can understand looking at this and going, ugh, last year was so fun. This year, whatever.
Back to the phone lines. Got about a minute there, Thomas. Go ahead. What's on your mind this afternoon?
Okay, I just want to speak out to all the people that are calling for Shane Beamer's dismissal. And it's like, where are you going to go? Who are you going to go get? Ask them other teams that went and got all the high-profile coaches, supposed to be the fixed programs, the Chip Kellys and all them. Where are they at? They back to hiring another coach. You got to let somebody build. And it's going to be some painful time in building. But eventually they get there. And, I would love to have seen us make a playoffs or even went to a high bowl. But, bowl games ain't that interesting to me. I just want to see the program build success and go from there. You know what I mean? And I think we're in the right direction. You just got to give it a little time. Everybody's quick to pull the trigger, and I hang up and listen.
Appreciate the phone call. We'll come back. We'll address that. We'll wrap up the hour. Shane Beamer set to talk here in about 15 minutes over the athletic facility to the media. We'll listen to him. And, again, Perry Orth coming up at 2:30 later on today. You're listening to the Halftime Show. All right, coming up in about 10 minutes, Shane Beamer will talk. We'll get to hear from him. And again, one thing to take away from today and this week, no injury report for him. He and Dabo Sweeney can play a little more coy on their injury. So the status of Dylan Stewart and of Nick Harbor, we won't get, I doubt, aside from, they'll play.
Yeah.
We won't get a legitimate kind of explanation on them.
I will say, Paul Strelo, when we talked to him in the last hour, did say that Braden Jacobs, one of their left guards, probably going to be out this weekend. And then I believe Jaheim Lawson as well, one of the better edge guys, also going to be out for the game this weekend based on what he told us in the last hour. So some insight from the other side on some key guys that could be out.
Yeah, they will not. I can promise you that. We'll not be doing that for South Carolina. I'd be very surprised if any of that information really is able to leak out. Last night, did you get much into the Panthers and the 49ers? The Panthers had a chance to get first place in the what is it? The why am I all of a sudden
NFC South.
South. Thank you.
Yes.
I was like, it's not the East. Why am I? Go ahead.
Yeah. Despite 3 picks, 2 of them by J.C. Horn.
Yes. Good night for him.
Offense couldn't muster up much more than 3 field goals to get over the hump there on the road at San Francisco. And look, this is because with Tampa losing on Sunday night, I believe they would have taken the division lead with the win, and now that's out the window. Again, you got plenty of football left to be played, but the South as a whole, I don't think is shaping up to be as good as people thought this year. It's one of those, somebody's got to win it, and we'll have a home playoff game. I just don't know who.
So that was Monday Night Football last night as we kind of creep toward the Thanksgiving games. Now, are you a Thanksgiving football? My daughter is planning for the parade.
Okay.
The parade, I don't even know what time the parade starts. I just know that there's a big parade, and it will be on. I'm constantly losing TVs in my house. I'm being told which TVs will be commandeered for this particular parade. But are you a big parade guy? Are you going to be a big football guy? We got the triple header starting with really a good one at 1 o'clock while you're maybe starting to prep things. Green Bay at Detroit on Thursday.
Yeah, great game. Again, Detroit always plays on Thanksgiving. But, yeah, I try and take in as much as I can. It's typically on a TV somewhere inside the house while things are either being prepped or eaten or whatever it may be. You can't sit down and always watch the entire game, but you can try to pop in and out, get an idea of what's going on. And, I'll be in another good matchup mid-afternoon with Chiefs and Cowboys, and a matchup that was more attractive on paper when the season started, Bengals and Ravens, to round things out. I'll be probably driving back to South Carolina by then, so I'll be listening to that one. I have it on my phone, but I try and take in as much as I can over the course of the day.
Yeah, you mentioned the 4:30 game will be Dallas and Kansas City, and then the night game, Cincinnati and Baltimore. Now, college football, I will admit, grew up a little bit on Texas A&M. That's where I first grew to really love that little particular rivalry. And this year on Thursday night, Navy and Memphis.
Now, Navy's still alive in the race for the American Championship.
Okay.
And could still technically be in a position.
By the way, it's a good game. It actually is a legitimately good game.
Yeah, it's a good game.
I liked having the marquee names.
And I think these two teams played last year on Black Friday or on a Thanksgiving too, so maybe that kind of becomes a trend. But yeah, and look, I loved the Egg Bowl when it was on Thanksgiving too. That was the perfect, especially as weird as that game got.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Perfect thing to have on as opposed to the NFL on those Thanksgiving nights. But now college football's leaned more into Black Friday because we just have a loaded day on Black Friday. 3 big rivalry games in the SEC and tons of other action happening around the country. That I love rivalry weekend in college football anyway. I love the fact that we've extended it out and gotten 2 full days out of it now with Black Friday and Saturday, of course.
You mentioned the Egg Bowl. That'll be noon on Friday. Speaking of college football now, apparently we will not get a Lane Kiffin update until Saturday. Is this?
Yes.
I read it, but then I tried to do the math, and I was like, did they mean to put postgame Friday? Do you think they're waiting till Saturday? There's something there with Saturday?
It was specified specifically Saturday. Now, Is that going to be on College Game Day? Is he going to tweet something? Are we going to have a hat ceremony? Is he going to sit down with Reese Davis at halftime of the Iron Bowl and do a LeBron decision? I don't know. It's going to be something, right? It's not going to be anything basic. It's going to be
I think it's gonna
Lane
be. I think
Kiffin.
it's going to be something very tiny. Like
You think it's going to be something very tiny?
I just this.
He just tweets, I'm staying or I'm going.
Well, no. I think it'll be, but like it'll be like Lane showing us his turkey leftovers or something. Lane is. I am genuinely curious as to Lane Kiffin behind the scenes, how he is taking this right now.
I don't even think
Behind the scenes.
Do you think he knows where he's going right now on Tuesday?
Yes.
You think
yes.
he knows?
I think he knew from the get-go.
Okay. You leaning on staying or going?
I still lean on staying. I think he stays.
I'm leaning more on go. now.
Oh, you've come around.
I'm coming around a little bit. I thought he should have stayed, but I'm thinking he's going now.
All right, Shane Beamer, due up here in about 6-7 minutes, and then we'll be back.
Gamecocks head coach Shane Beamer's weekly presser, sponsored by Crescent Construction Columbia. 20,000 plus installs and counting. Go to CrescentCarolina.com. Now, here's the coach.
All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Ed, Bill Gunner along with you, waiting for Coach Beamer to take the podium here. Coming up in just a second, we'll get his thoughts ahead of this matchup this weekend as they take on the Clemson Tigers. Dabo Sweeney also speaking a little bit earlier on today. We'll get into some of what he said probably coming up tomorrow as well. As, again, it's not where we expected either program to be heading into this rivalry, but it's the reality of this year. And hopefully for at least Saturday, we can all enjoy it. And then again, for Carolina, who won't be playing in a bowl game, the focus immediately turns to 2026, getting an OC, bringing a recruiting class, building your roster, all that kind of stuff. And Clemson's going to go off and play some bowl game somewhere, maybe the Sun Bowl or something along those lines. So believe, Dave, we are ready to go to Coach Beamer.
I don't know, Jack may be on suspension or probation. He wasn't here last week, right? Greenbrier? Good move. It's a good spot up there. All right. Well, it's not lost on me. You asked a question earlier this year about making a coaching change, and I snapped back. It's not lost on me that the game you're not there, we scored 51 points in, too. So there may be like some sort of karma that you may not be allowed in Williams-Brice on Saturday. All right. No school this week, so I got Hunter and his friend Hammond here today. I asked them if they wanted to go to the press conference. They were a little bit hesitant. They said, one of them, I won't say which one, said they didn't want to hear any dumb questions, and I assured them that there are no dumb questions from this group right here. So you boys it's a safe space in here for sure. But another year in this rivalry. Feel extremely grateful to be a part of this rivalry. I've been a part of some good ones in my coaching career, playing career, both Georgia Tech, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Florida, Oklahoma, Texas, Virginia Tech, Virginia, and just the different places that I've coached. And this is right there at the top, just what it means to this state, what it means to both fan bases. It's an awesome rivalry, not just in football, as you guys know, but I think what makes this thing unique is the rivalry in all the sports, that no matter what sport we're playing Clemson in, it's a big deal to South Carolina fans and Clemson fans both, and our fan bases. So extremely grateful to be a part of the rivalry, going on year 5 as a head coach, and this is my 9th one, counting my years as an assistant here also. But ton of respect for their program. You guys know how I feel about Dabo, and the respect I have for him as a coach, as a person. He's a friend, and I think a lot of them, they're a team. I think seasons are very similar in a lot of ways as you look at their schedule. There's 3 or 4 games on that schedule that you look at that easily could have gone the other way. It's a play here, a play there in 3 or 4 different games, and they're a 9-10 win team in the mix for the ACC championship. Again, they've had injuries, certainly in some key spots throughout the year, like we have. Every game they've played in, though, they have always competed. They've been in every game. I was so impressed with them watching the Louisville game from my hotel room in College Station with Hunter and Hammond on that Friday night, and the way they battled against Louisville, where there were a lot of times in that game where you felt like Louisville had it under control, but Clemson just kept hanging in there and found a way to win. So it's a testament to their program and the young men they have in that program. A lot of respect for them for sure, and they're playing their best ball right now at the end of the season on a 3-game winning streak, and have looked really good doing it in all 3 phases. Offensively, starts with Cade Klubnik, the quarterback. It's been cool following his career and seeing how he's just gotten better each and every season. And I know the season didn't start this year the way they wanted, or he wanted, but he's just continued to hang in there and get better. He's very hot right now. Adam Randall at running back's been a great change from a depth standpoint for them. He's a load. The offensive line, I know they've had some injuries, but physical, well-coached. The 2 tackles have been there forever. A lot of respect for them and the way they play and their durability in their receiving core is dangerous. They've got size, they've got quickness, they've got athleticism. Tight end room has depth, so they're an offense that can score a lot of points and is really dangerous defensively. Every year they're good on defense. I mean, we know that we've struggled to score points on these guys. Particularly the last couple seasons, and they're extremely talented this year. Like always, the two tackles are as good as anywhere that we've seen, or as good as anybody we've seen this year in regards to a tandem. Woods and Capehart, they're really, really good. They've got size at the edge position. You look at their defense, and you look at some of those preseason NFL draft projections. And a lot of them I don't put stock in, but most of them that I look at, they all have about 3 or 4 of their defensive players picked to go in the first round next spring. So they've got a lot of talent on defense. Sammy Brown and Woodaz at linebacker are really talented linebackers, can work sideline to sideline, physical, and really just instinctive. They have size. And then the secondary, I feel like we've been playing against a lot of those guys now for a long time. So they can cover. They play a lot of man coverage. They're going to challenge you to go make plays and beat them, and it'll be a big battle for our offense. And then special teams are dangerous as well. Dangerous in the return game, punt return and kickoff return. They won the ACC championship game last season because of the last couple plays of the game on special teams, returning a kickoff to midfield and then a game-winning field goal to win the ACC and get in the playoff. This year is no different. They used their best players on special teams, and then they're a little bit different too. They're a little bit more multiple, I feel like, on special teams this year, particularly in their kickoff return game. When we kick off to them, they're doing some things differently schematically, and they've evolved there. So it'll be a challenge in all 3 areas. It'll be an awesome opportunity. Our guys are really looking forward to the opportunity to go compete. We all feel very blessed to be a part of this rivalry. Need Saturday in Williams-Brice to be unlike. I told our players that we've had some great environments this year for home games, but none of them will compare to what we're going to see on Saturday. So counting on our fans creating that environment for us. I guess it'll be the biggest crowd that Clemson's played in front of all season. So we need that place rocking. I don't give a crap if it's at 12 noon or 12 midnight or 8 p.m. or 3:30. It doesn't matter. The standard that we want to play with and the standard we need our fans to show up with doesn't change. So 12 noon, we'll see you in there, be in there early, create that environment. And it's not lost on me that, neither team is where they want to be right now. At the beginning of the season, I think both teams and most people on the outside expected this game to be played this weekend with playoff implications, just like it was last year. And I'm 100% convinced that this year is a little bit of an outlier and a bump in the road, but that next season and then every year from here on out, this game will be played in November on Thanksgiving weekend with playoff implications. It didn't happen this year, and I know both teams feel like they're extremely close to where they want to get back to and where we were last year at this time, where this game we were going into it and we thought the winner was going to be in the college football playoff. And this season, that's not what the implications of this game are. Still really, really meaningful and still really, really, really special. And it didn't happen this year, but we're not going anywhere. We're only going to continue to get better as a program. And I know Dabo feels the same way. They're not going anywhere. They've recruited well, I'm sure, and got good young players in their program, and they're not going anywhere. So this rivalry is going to be back here pretty quickly to being played Thanksgiving weekend with national implications like it was last year. And there may not be national implications this year, but there's a whole lot of South Carolina implications for both teams, and we're excited to go compete. Questions?
Shane, you mentioned it right there. I mean, this has not been the season that you guys or Clemson have wanted to have, but heading into the offseason here, knowing that you're not going to be playing in a bowl game, what would a win this weekend do for the state, but also just for the momentum heading into the offseason?
Yeah, it'd be huge. You always want to win the last one, and want to send these seniors out the right way. It would be pretty special for, DQ Smith to say that and Brian Thomas and the guys that got here in 2022 and the other seniors that they went, 3-1 against Clemson potentially. I mean, that'd be awesome for them to say. But, more than anything, it's just we want to go play well on Saturday. This is a special group of young men that we have on this team, Jack, that we want to send out the right way. It's our last ride together on Saturday, and we want to make it meaningful and special. And certainly you want to win your last one, but when your last game is against your rival, it makes it extra special. Gamecock Central pay for you to eat at Jerry West's Steakhouse up there?
No, you know what? I went to Applebee's quite a few times. So my brother, he went to Marshall for a few years, played football there. He was telling me, I told him I was going, he's like, that's the fanciest restaurant they got.
And you missed out.
I wish.
Yeah.
Jerry West looks really cool.
It's a pretty good little spot. Yeah, good little pizza place at the Greenbrier too. So, all right, enough of the free exposure for the Greenbrier, but
NILs, right? Shane, I know you talk about the importance of this rivalry. You've been in it. Are there any? Do you depend on any players, in the locker room to really stress to maybe guys who aren't from this state or haven't grown up about how important this game is?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit in our team meeting this morning because we've got a lot of guys that aren't from the state, one, or two. They transferred in here, so this is their first exposure in this rivalry. And I told them what I told you at the beginning, that no matter where they came from, whether you're, Devontae Miles and you were Bowling Green and you had your rival against Toledo last year, or you were Sean Murphy coming from Florida State and you had your rival game against Florida last season, that this is as good as and better than anywhere that you've been. And I truly believe that. And certainly, I don't think it takes those guys long to figure out what this rivalry means when they transfer in here. You can't go anywhere in this state without, either there's a Carolina fan or a Clemson fan, and figuring out how important it is to the people of South Carolina. I think our guys understand that long before this week. We don't, sit around as a staff and a team talking about Clemson 358 days a year. We try and treat every game the same, but I'd be lying if there wasn't a different feeling in the building this week. But in regards to the older guys, I'll lean on them more, David, just to try and help those young guys, because sometimes I think when you get in these rivalry games, you can, if you're not careful, you make it too big and you get out there and you don't play great. So the biggest thing I've been trying to hone in with those, everybody, but need the older guys to help convey is, best thing we can do is go prepare really well and stick to our process of, it's different this week because we're not in class, but stick to our process of what we do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then go play really good on Saturday, that's what it's going to take, is to go play really, really well Saturday afternoon.
You mentioned Clemson's defense. There have been a few games this year, their blitz rate's been at 50%, and some games even higher than that, so they're really aggressive. You mentioned Peter Woods in the middle of it. What is your offensive line going to have to do to be able to make sure they're not able to wreak havoc in your backfield this weekend?
Play well. It's going to be a battle. I mean, you're looking at, when I talked about those draft projections, I'm pretty sure everyone that I've looked at has Parker and Woods both in the first round if they come out, or I don't even know what decisions they have to make. And then they've got guys on the back end. They're going to be NFL players, but it certainly starts up front, and it really starts being able to control those two tackles. And it'll be a big challenge for our guys on the offensive line. We've gone against some really good defensive tackles this year in this conference. We've gone against some really good defensive ends this year in this conference, and then we're going against a really good front four that has depth this Saturday in this game. So we're going to need those guys to play really, really well, play with great physicality and execution, and then I think Dabo said it in his press conference today, and I agree. Like, our best players got to play well, and that starts on the offensive line. Like, those guys have got to play well, because 11 and 19 can wreck your entire game plan if you don't control them.
Hey, Shane, two quick ones. In your time as a head coach, you've got 2 wins at Clemson Memorial, 2 losses at Williams-Brice. Do you see, a reason behind why that pattern's kind of been, and what would it mean to get that first home win since 2013?
Yeah, I tend to look at it as I'm undefeated in 12 noon games, and I haven't won at night, is how I try to look at it. So we play at noon, so I'm hoping it's a noon thing and not a home or away thing. No, I think both games were, 2021 was one I would like to forget. That wasn't much fun. But those other 3 games, 22, 23, 24, were very much could go either way. And, 23 was a dogfight. We did not do much offensively, to say the least. We held them to field goals in the red zone, but didn't play great. And then we've played well in all 3 phases when we've gone up there. So it is random. It's very rarely, it is rare. You don't really see a rivalry game where the away team has won however many straight years that it's been. But I think it's more, I know there'll be orange in the stands on Saturday, and there'll be tons of garnet and black in the stands on Saturday, just like when we go up there to their place. So I think it's more than anything just playing well. And for whatever reason, we have not played well in our stadium, and they have played better than us and coached better than us in our stadium. And what we need to focus on Saturday is not home, away, what color uniform we're wearing, any of that stuff, what time we're playing, but just preparing to go play well and play clean, winning football on Saturday at 12 noon.
Hey, Shane, we know how fierce and intense the rivalry here is in South Carolina. When you go outside of the state and you're talking to folks and they talk about the best football rivalries in the country, South Carolina Clemson is not mentioned with the same regard as, say, Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, Auburn. If Carolina and Clemson go into the game every year with those playoff implications, what will that do to raise the level of the awareness of the rivalry?
Yeah, just that when you're on the national stage like we were last year, it will raise the attraction and visibility of this game. I know there's some other games that have a lot of hype and are great rivalries and are like your traditional rivalries and all that, and they're all great. I love this weekend. I've told you guys this before. Like, I love this is my favorite weekend of the year in college football, just all the rivalries that are being played from I don't know if there's a Thursday game or not, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday, throughout the weekend. It's just what makes college football so special. But it was pretty special last year, Rick, that everybody in the country was talking about this game, and everybody was talking about this game after the game too. And that's what we want. It's this rivalry doesn't take a back seat to any rivalry in the country. And like I said, I've been a part of some of the best ones out there. This one's special and heated and competitive and special 365 days a year. And it's up to us, both programs, to continue to get back to where we were last season. So when this game is played each weekend, everybody in the country is talking about it because of how great the rivalry is, but also what is riding on the game from a postseason implication standpoint.
Hey, Coach Beamer. I know you've said it many times to us that competition is a core value of this program. Going into this game, a chance to end the season with a big win against your rivals. Do you feel that your players have something to prove with this week?
I don't know if there's something to prove. We want to go play really well, and this is not a week where you need to, motivate guys to get ready. They're excited to go play, and it's another opportunity for us to put our team and our program on display, this 2025 team, and leave one lasting impact on what people think about the 2025 football team, and being able to win your last game against your rival would go a long way towards what that lasting memory image is of the team.
I know you've been preaching all year about finishing games. How important is that for you, for your team this week, and has that been mentioned throughout the week so far?
Yeah, we talked about it on Sunday because when we review the Coastal game, we talk about, one of our keys to win our plan to win each week is dominating the fourth quarter. So we talked about what we did in the second half and in the fourth quarter against Coastal. Certainly today we talked about, this game's going to come down to our plan to win like it does each and every week. And a big part of that is the fourth quarter. And, you talk about the last, our two trips to Clemson. You think about the fourth quarter and the plays we made in 2022 on offense, defense, and special teams in the fourth quarter. You think about last year, the plays we made on offense, defense, and special teams in the fourth quarter, and it was guys making some really great individual plays. We talked about it this morning. Everybody talks about the drive that we had last year with Lenoris and the play that D. Knight made at the end of the game, but none of that happens if on third down, after we did the onside kick and didn't get it, they went 3 and out. And on third down, it's man-to-man coverage. All 80,000 people in the stadium realize it's man-to-man coverage. We're not disguising anything. And they check to a goal ball versus Vakari Swain over there on their sideline. And Vakari Swain breaks up the pass, and they have to punt. And then Lenoris goes down the field. So it was individual players making big-time plays. And that's what we've talked a lot about. But we know this game, like every year, is going to come down to the fourth quarter. And we certainly need to play better and be able to finish this week for sure.
Hey, Coach. TJ Parker was asked today about Lenore Sellers in last year's game. He said playing Sellers last year was crazy, and it looked a lot different in person than the film might have portrayed. I know that the personnel and the coaches are different this season compared to last year, but is there anything you can take away from last year's performance and the way the offense played that you can kind of apply to this year?
Yeah, you can watch personnel. The scheme's different, but I think this year with Coach Allen and last year with Wes, it was. The mindset wasn't different. It was we're gonna be aggressive, and we're gonna be up in your face, and we're gonna challenge you, and we're gonna make life really difficult on you. And Wes and their defense did that every year, basically, that I've been the head coach here. It's been a challenge to score points on them. And then this year with the personnel they have, yeah, it's a different coordinator, but you can look back at last year's game and see a lot of the same personnel because a lot of those guys, played in that game last year. There's older guys that have been there since 2022, if you go back and watch that tape, just to kind of get a feel for personnel. So I think more than anything, it's kind of looking back and you watch last year's game, even though the coordinator's different, and to get a feel for, our personnel versus their personnel and see, Josiah and I guess it really would be Josiah, blocking some of their defensive linemen or whatnot. But there's still stuff that you can take from last year's game, and obviously Lenore's played great and did a lot of really good things in the fourth quarter, and as did their defense. They made a lot of plays against us last year too.
I think you said on Sunday that you expected Dylan and Nick to play against Clemson. Is that still the case?
I still do.
All right, cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
How has been the balancing of preparing for Clemson, but also trying to go through your process of hiring an offensive coordinator and an offensive line coach? And do you feel like you need to make those hires before signing day?
As I alluded to before, it's been a challenge, but there's nothing. I'm not working less on the opponents to work on that other stuff, hires that we have to make and what the structure of the staff looks like in 26. I'm able to do everything that I need to do for Coastal last week, Clemson this week. Was able to get a lot of, work done on the front end during the bye week, and I put all my efforts into Clemson, and then late at night or early in the morning, if there's a time frame where I've got a few minutes that is available, I can utilize it to do that stuff. So I don't want to say it's on the back burner right now because it's on my mind every day, but the best thing we can do is prepare really well to go play really well against Clemson. And in regards to any hires, not really. This signing class has been awesome that we've got committed right now. From the beginning throughout the season, they've been awesome. And they're excited about the future and what's next as we go into 2026 when they get here. And, I don't want to take forever, but I don't want to sit there and say that I got to get somebody hired by next Wednesday either.
And looking further down the road with the 2027 recruiting class, it seems like there are a lot of
7
in-state guys who both teams are after, maybe more so than in the past. How critical is it, even further down the road for those head-to-head battles with them for some of those guys?
I used to think that who won the game really mattered, and maybe it does with some of these guys, but I think it's more, we spend so much time recruiting them throughout the year to say that a young man's decision is going to come down to what happens on Saturday. I don't think that's the case anymore. Now, if a team went out and lost like 20 in a row, it's probably you're not gonna win those Sierra battles. But I think it's more just the other 364 days of the year, the relationships, what you're doing as you recruit guys. There's guys in, this year's class that are committed to us that are seniors right now that were heavily recruited by Clemson, and I don't think they're necessarily coming to Carolina because we won the game last season. And then there's guys that are here right now that were seniors in high school back in 23. I don't think they, went to Clemson because Clemson won that game or whatnot, if that makes sense. So I think the game, it's a factor, but I think it's more so just the general direction of the program and the relationships that kids have with the men and women in both programs.
A little bit more of a non-Clemson, South Carolina question to break it up, but what is Luke Doty meant to you and since he's been here with you since the beginning, and he's talked about wanting to get into coaching and whatnot. Would you like to have him at South Carolina for years to come as whether it's grad assistant or whatever?
Yeah, I love Luke. You know, senior night Saturday was hard for me because you see those guys standing in the tunnel before they run out on the field, and you know who's about to get announced next, and it's just like, in those 3 or 4 seconds before they're announced, it's just like their whole career like flashes before your eyes, and you come back and start thinking about from the first day you met them to senior night, and it's hard and really emotional. And I had a harder time with it Saturday against Coastal than I thought I would, to be honest with you. And Luke's certainly one of those guys that I feel that way about, because he and Bradley Dunn will always be extra special to me, because they're the two guys that were in the team meeting in December of 2020 when I arrived here in Carolina, and Coach Tanner picked me up at the airport, and I rolled into that gate over there, and I had my mask on because of social distancing and all that, and then you had to go in the team meeting room in the indoor because of social distancing. You couldn't meet in here, and the team had just lost the night before to Kentucky up in Lexington, and that's the first time meeting their new head coach. And there's two people that are still on this team that were in that meeting, and that's Luke and Brad. And those guys I love, and I'm grateful for them. Luke and Brad both have meant, so much to Carolina. Luke is like Mr. Gamecock, just his unselfishness. Receiver, quarterback, special teams player, currently quarterback and special teams player. He's awesome. He's done a great job with Lenoris throughout the season, helping him. I lean on him a lot for just stuff. If there's things I got a feeling about within the team, like I'll pick the phone up and call him and be like, "Hey man, what's the deal here? Like, talk to me, tell me what's going on." And I think he'd be awesome in coaching. So he and I haven't had that conversation, but yeah, if he was interested in getting into coaching and he wanted to continue to try and stay around here, sign me up. Lulu's first question in like a month. I thought like you were mad at me or just checked out or.
Definitely not checked out.
Okay.
Hopefully I didn't think you were mad at me.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Didn't see you in College Station. I think you were with the women that weekend, right? Or no?
I was at a wedding. I know.
Okay.
I know.
All right. Sorry. We'll just tell everybody you were in LA.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Anyways.
Sorry.
No, you're
I
fine.
didn't mean to put you on blast like that.
It's okay. My mom will love all this.
Okay.
Generally, like when you think of rivalries, there's some trash talk bulletin board material, but
yeah.
I mean, you and Dabo speak highly of each other. Today, Cade literally said he's done charity with Lenoris and can't say anything bad about him, I guess, but the games are always competitive. Does that speak to the internal level of motivation that both programs sort of consistently have?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think you've got really good young men in that program. I mean, Tristan Lee and Colin Sadler, they're two offensive linemen. I mean, when I was at Oklahoma, they were in high school, and we were trying to recruit those two guys to Oklahoma. I mean, I can remember doing Zooms with Colin and his family when I was at Oklahoma. And then Cade, Austin, Texas was my recruiting area when I was at Oklahoma, and met Cade when he was a freshman in high school. And I know what kind of, young men and people they are. And then a lot of the other guys in that program that we've recruited and been in some of their homes and think a lot of them. And then obviously not just Dabo, but a lot of the coaches on that staff. I mean, there's coaches on that staff that I worked with at other places. There's coaches on that staff that worked with my dad at Virginia Tech. So I know the type of people in that program, and then it's the respect that we have for that program and what they've done, and I would hope they feel the same way about us and what we've done with our program in the last 5 seasons and the people in this program. We try and do things right from a football and recruiting standpoint. I know they try and do things right from a football and recruiting standpoint, and there's a healthy respect. I mean, we want to, beat each other's brains out on Saturday. There's no question about it, and it's highly, highly, highly competitive. I mean, there's not going to be any kumbaya before the game where we're all loving everybody up and go team. I mean, it's a fierce, 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 fierce rivalry, but there's I would hope, I know from my standpoint, a great appreciation to be part of this rivalry and a great respect for who we're competing against across the field, too.
One of your points of emphasis in the offseason was to improve some of the special teams play, especially in the return game. How do you feel like that's gone? And just special teams in general, it doesn't feel like y'all hit on many of the
trick plays, so to speak, or fakes and such like that. But it seems like the nuts and bolts of special teams coverage units have gone really well.
Yeah. What'd you think about that question, boys? Just kidding. It's a great question. I'm being funny. Nobody thought it was funny, I guess. I think we've improved. I think in the return game sometimes you can look at stats, particularly in the return game. I don't even know where we are statistically in the country in kickoff return and punt return, but I think we've been pretty dang good. Statistically, we may not be. If a team is going to kick away from Nick Harbor and therefore you're taking over with better field position because they don't want to kick the ball to Nick, well, your average return's going to stink, but your starting field position is going to be pretty darn good, and that's what is more important to me. So overall, I feel like in the punt return game, we've been really good. We had some misses, frustrated about the other night because I think we had an opportunity on a punt return, the one that Vakari fielded over there on their sideline. If we have a couple guys finish on the play, go back to the finishing question, if we finish on that play a little bit better, that may spit out of there and could be a long touchdown. And I feel like we've left some opportunities out there. Kickoff return-wise, I think we're much improved. We simplified a little bit this year in what we were doing schematically in the kickoff return game, John, and I think we've been a lot better. Nick's been really good. Have we had the long, explosive kickoff return? No, but there's I think we were a problem for teams because of Nick Harbor being back there. Quayle being back there has been a weapon, and when I look at the return game, certainly on that, we've been really close, and nobody wants to hear close, and I don't either on that one, but we've been really close to having some more explosive kickoff returns. So statistically, it may not show it. I think we're much improved in the return game. I mean, every week when we line up to play a team, when they punt, they more often than not, they do something they've never done before because they're either worried about getting it blocked or they're worried about Vakari back there returning it. First punt of the game against A&M, they did something they had never done before. Ole Miss, credit them on the fake, but they broke a tendency and did something they had never done before. Coastal came out the other day and did something that was a little bit new. So to me, that's a sign of respect when teams are doing different things because of the threat they feel like you present. Where I'm disappointed is certainly some of the fakes, if you will. The Oklahoma one I'm mad at myself about. Last week, I'm not mad at myself about that. That should have worked, and for whatever reason, it didn't. So I'm not going to be mad about that one. And then the LSU one should have worked. Can't talk about the officiating, but we got a tough break on the one against LSU. The one against Kentucky, give their guy credit. We executed it. Their guy made a tackle and stopped us. So we're going to continue to be aggressive from that standpoint, but certainly we need to be better with those because even going back to last season, there were a couple that we didn't hit on, and that'll always be a weapon for us, and will continue to be, but we've got to be better there. Certainly when we do call those things, we got to execute them a little bit better, and that goes back to us as coaches.
Shane, this doesn't have to be football related, but as we approach Thanksgiving this year, what are you most thankful for?
Family and the opportunity that I have here to be the head football coach at South Carolina. Certainly I'm very blessed to have a awesome family around me, Rick. God has blessed me greatly. And then extremely blessed to be the football coach here because I get to be at a place that I love. I get to live in a city in a state that I absolutely love living in, and then get to come into this building each day as the head coach and be around some awesome young men on this team and get to work with some awesome people day in, day out in this building. So this season has been frustrating, but there's not been one day where I've walked in this building not looking forward to coming into this building. And for that, and that's because of the people and the culture in this program. And for that, I'm very, very, very thankful. Yep, and thankful for all of you guys as well. So happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Yep, Carolina calls tonight if anybody wants to come. Backstreet's Grill, right? 7 o'clock. All right, thanks.
All right, there you go. Coach Beamer's weekly press conference, and he's right. There is Carolina calls tonight at 7 o'clock because of the Thanksgiving holiday coming up on Thursday. We'll come back, recap what Coach Beamer had to say as the halftime show rolls along. Tyler Head and Bill Gunner and Captain Dave on your Tuesday on the Game.
So there you go. The final regular season.
Yeah.
You realize that? Final?
Yeah, I thought about that. It certainly makes our life easier on Tuesdays, but
final regular season press conference of the year from Shane Beamer. I doubt he'll have one. No, he'll have one next Wednesday.
yeah, he'll do a signing day one.
Yeah.
And then,
Well, the only reason I say is I doubt he'll have one. You just wonder how quickly we move, to get the offensive
that's true.
coordinator
Yeah,
situation.
yeah. Whenever that, well, yeah, if that hire were to happen like a week from today, then you just roll it into the recruiting one. But if it happens a week later, then you probably have a new one where you introduce them and all that kind of stuff, and hopefully don't have to go off on any reporters for their writing about whoever this guy is.
So anyway, takeaways. I'll start with you.
Yeah, look, he's reiterated a lot of the same points that we've talked about already, where neither program's where they want to be. Talked about, just like South Carolina, in his opinion, there are a few plays here or there that drastically alter the outcome of their season up to this point. So, both teams good in a lot of ways, even though the records may not indicate it. And he's in the business of proclaiming, as of right now. Last week he said a year from now that Carolina is going to be right there in the mix for the playoff again, and watching Tuesday nights, knowing that their name's going to be put up there on the rankings. And he said once again that, because I know after last year's game with all the stakes and everything, he said, hey, get used to it. This is going to be the standard going forward. Every year this game's going to have playoff implications. Obviously not the case this time around, but he said, okay, next year it's going back to being that. Like, it's not going to, this is an anomaly, not the norm going forward. Again, that's Beamer's words on how he views this weekend's matchup.
The thing that we've been talking about throughout the really first hour of our show when we were doing the talking was, what would a win do this weekend? His big thing, and I do agree with this. I don't think this is coaches speak. I don't think this is him just talking. I totally agree. Yeah, you do want to send the seniors out. Luke Doty, all the guys that have been around, hung through the program, whether they're one-year assassins or whether they've been here, Nick Barrett, for a long time. That is a part. Let them go out in their final game. There is something to play for in that manner.
There is, and he talked specifically about Doty and Dunn, two guys that have been here since before he got here, part of that introductory meeting back in December of 2020, and they've stuck it out and believed in him. And again, Luke Doty's done everything that's been asked of him, changing positions, playing offense, special teams. I don't know, is he taking a snap on defense at some point? I'm sure maybe he has, if that's what the team's asked him to do. But, being able to send those guys out and obviously having another rivalry win, as you mentioned, you could have guys like DQ Smith say, hey, we beat Clemson 3 out of 4 years there. Like, there's a lot of value in that at the end of the day, even though the season hasn't gone the way that you wanted it to.
And one other thing that he talked about that kind of, I think, kind of summed into what we're talking about a little bit, about players having something to prove.
Yes.
Again, in the final game on Saturday for South Carolina, Clemson, as we again all know. Do you think that there are things here to prove for these players? It's a different age of college football. It's a different mentality of college football.
It is, and I think it maybe kind of also goes back to the same thing that we talked about going into last week's game against Coastal, that you just haven't folded and you haven't given up on the season. Okay. Now, again, on paper, Carolina was a lot better team than Coastal, so maybe for a lot of guys, if you played your B- game, you could still be good enough to beat those guys, where you're going to need to play your best if you want to beat Clemson. So I do think there's something to prove that, like, hey, Beamer's not going to lose a team, right? For as bad as this season's been, and you've played the last 2 weeks without an opportunity at bowl eligibility dangling in front of you, they didn't give up. And I think that's something that they can prove, that, hey, he gets these guys to play hard no matter what the stakes are or aren't, during the season.
803-404-6100. So it's just kind of a quick hour-on personal recap. We'll come back. We'll discuss a few more things. I guess there was a health update as well.
Very brief. If you coughed, you missed it.
Yeah, we'll make sure we readdress that just for a second, and we'll wrap up hour number 2. You're listening to Bill Gunner, Tyler Head, Captain David Ayer. It is the halftime show.
think you said on Sunday that you expected Dylan and Nick to play against Clemson. Is that still the case?
I still do.
Well, like Tyler said, it's a good way to describe it. If you cough, you sneezed, you ordered just a cheeseburger at the drive-thru, you missed it. But I think we do expect those guys to be a part of the game plan on Saturday, and they're going to be a big part on Saturday.
Yeah, man, look, no reason to risk those guys getting hurt in a game against Coastal that you won pretty handily. And I know there was concern for some people, particularly when it came to Dylan. So you're like, oh, wait a minute. Is this him packing it in? Is he closing up shop for the season and going to transfer out? That doesn't seem to be the case. No indication coming out of the program, at least as of right now, that's what his plan is. And, I mean, gosh, if he was going to do that, he theoretically could have done that several weeks ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like he was going to.
I think what was it, when speculation came out late, 3 or 4 hours before the game, the Mississippi game, we all went, uh-oh.
Yeah, it's like, okay, here's happening. Here's where it comes. And like he played through whatever he was dealing with and the next 2 games, and I'm assuming he's going to play Saturday.
That felt the beginning of, but we expect him back, and he will be a big part. And listen, even if he's still not at 100%, having the week off, I think, and I'm sure that they have done a lot of therapy and then rest on him, makes him a little bit healthier and makes him a little bit more of a candidate to make a game-changing play against Clemson on Saturday. And that Nick Harbor, I've said it, Mike Furry, to me, has really brought these wide receivers along. We've seen the progression all of a sudden of Jaden Sellers. Brian Rowe has had moments this year. And Nick Harbor, I think, has continued to get better. The catch that he got hurt on, we really don't give him credit for how good of a catch that was over on the Texas A&M sideline, where he was basically parallel to the ground and caught it.
Yeah, was that
jumped
third?
up and parallel?
Was that 4th down?
Might have been 4th.
I think it was 4th down. Does that at least give you a new set of downs to continue that final drive? But yeah, and he also had the thing where he got hit hard on the sidelines earlier on in the game. So he was definitely banged up in that A&M game, and went out there and played his hardest, went over 100 yards that day with that long touchdown to try and help his team out. Obviously, it wasn't quite enough there, but yeah, having a week off for him is probably good. And look, you're going to need him. This is not a elite Clemson pass defense compared to what they've had in years past. So they're gettable through the air.
I was going to say, it's a secondary that is good, but they're going to have a breakdown.
Yeah.
There will be, we'll call over under 2.5 opportunities to hit a deep ball on Clemson secondary, where there's a flat-out breakdown, much like what happened in the Duke game, and there's been other opportunities. You're going to get that chance. Nick Harbor and Jaden Sellers will be kind of those two guys. Now, the question will be, and Vandravius Jacobs, I'll throw him in there as well, who all of a sudden disappeared. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
There was one point this year where we're like, Vandravius Jacobs will become a wide receiver 1.
Because he had back-to-back 100-yard games.
Number 4 trotted out there on Saturday. I was like, wait, who's number 4 again? I had to look back up, and I was like, oh, where's he been?
Yeah.
Last few weeks. But when the play happens on Saturday, you have to hit it.
You do.
We have seen plays this year where that South Carolina's missed. Mississippi and Missouri are 2 that come to mind instantly, where if Lenore Sellers hits a couple of those passes, I'm not saying South Carolina wins the game. Now, the Missouri game, you might want to say it, but if Lenore Sellers hits those passes, we're talking, again, a different outcome of the game potentially.
Yeah, again, the confidence in some of those throws has been a little bit hit or miss, and he's hit guys in stride. He's overthrown guys, underthrown guys. So you're going to need to be on your mark this week and to, like you said, take advantage of those couple of lapses that Clemson will likely have when it comes to coverage. And, again, do you think points are going to be a premium in this one? Like, I don't see this as some high-scoring shootout. I think it's like a lowish 20s type of game.
But I don't think it's the South Carolina's defense has been better, but I think it's a bumble your way to a – South Carolina still does stuff offensively, in the last 8 quarters that I'm still like, if it was Mike Shula, I'd be like,
sure.
It's Mike Furry, so I kind of all of a sudden, it's funny, you just give him the benefit of the doubt. But – one thing we can pretty much guarantee is there will be a 3rd and 1 or probably a 4th and 1, and it'll be short, and South Carolina's going to run it up the middle.
Yes.
They're going to run it up the middle. And but there's still things that they do. There's still penalties that they make, and Clemson's the same way.
Yeah.
that's going to shoot themselves in the foot where kind of you give the defense credit for it, but it's the offense doing the mistake, creating the mistake.
Yeah, I mean, that could probably be the biggest key on Saturday is don't be the team that hurts yourself more than the other one here, considering how both teams have been at times this year. So yeah, look, and the record's kind of indicated, it's an even matchup in a different way than we thought it was going to be, but I expect this to be a 4-quarter drag-out fight.
We'll talk more about this next hour. Let you listen to some Dabo Sweeney from yesterday as we continue to work on the audio from Shane Beamer today. But real quick, yesterday, news coming out of Tallahassee. Hey, Mike Norvell, you get another year.
Well, you know, when you look at the fact that they owe him $54 million and $72 million to buy out his staff, yeah, let's kick the can.
But we're seeing that with college football now. Brian Kelly was, 54? Yeah. I don't know what the whole staff was. James Franklin was 49. I get it. I'm not arguing with you. You're right on that. Somebody's got to draw the line in the sand and say no. You know, Florida State's 2-6 in conference. Florida State, for the record, has to win on Saturday to be bowl eligible.
That's right. Yeah. I think you also have the perspective of seeing all these other jobs that are open and be like, ooh, do we want to compete in that market?
But you're still Florida State.
That's true. Well, he's going to get another chance. We'll see what happens.
We'll continue to talk about some job openings and closings and all that fun stuff as we roll through the week. Hour 3 on the way. Perry Orth will join us at 2:30. We'll listen to some Dabo Sweeney. It's a halftime show. too much college basketball on. I'm not sure if this is live or not that I look up at.
Those are highlights.
Okay.
It's from Maui.
Yeah. Last night was phenomenal. Last night, I tell you what, they've gotten into this Players Era championship, Tyler, and they had games essentially all night long. I couldn't even step and watch Maryland, and I can't even remember who the final game was last night, but that's why this is my favorite week right now, just looking. You got the Fort Myers tip-off, Michigan State and East Carolina are on. I'll have to flip our TVs around here a little bit. Rutgers and Notre Dame has gotten going as part of that Players Era. There's so much college basketball, and just for a rundown for you tonight, if you just want to do some scouting and just kind of like, hey, I want to see what some other teams look like. 6 o'clock tonight, Tennessee and Houston. Number 17, Tennessee. Number 3, Houston. That's going to be an absolutely phenomenal game. That one should be really, really good. Coming up later on tonight, a couple others that'll be really a lot of fun to get into because, again, this Players Era out in Vegas. They're a little bit later. Number 21, Auburn. Number 7, Michigan. That one should be a really, really fun one tonight. Maryland is playing Gonzaga. Gonzaga last night took it to Alabama. I watched that. That was a really entertaining game out at the Players Era Championship. And then if you've got it in you, and this is what I mean, if you have it in you out at MGM Grand Garden Arena in Vegas, midnight tonight, UNLV in Alabama.
It's going to be a late one. I don't know if I'm going to stay up for that one. And Dawn's crew gets rolling out there in Vegas tomorrow, Duke, and then they'll take on the winner of UCLA, Texas. Thanksgiving night at either 8 or 10:30. Could be a late tip out there, depending on how all that shakes out. But that's a really cool thing that they're doing. The is it $1 or $2 million? The winning.
I forget because they're moving it. I think it's the second year of the event, and I haven't necessarily paid attention to how exactly we're doing this, but kudos to them putting a bunch of great teams out there and really cool event, really neat event. You're right. There is some NIL opportunities for players, and they're getting money and all kinds of odd things that they're doing that they're now allowed to kind of do. 803-404-6100.
You want to make bowl games matter again? Follow that same path.
There's a lot of ways, honestly, if you wanted to make bowl games matter again, make bowl games great again, you could do that. Tyler, you come from Georgia with Georgia Tech.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong. And this is last year. So last year you did trophies as your.
Yes.
Where did the Georgia Tech trophy, and what is the Georgia? Is there a Georgia Tech? What is that, and where did you have it ranked?
They have the Governor's Cup, which, again, is just kind of a very basic one that you find a lot in rivalries. Let me scroll back and find my list here of where I put Georgia and Georgia Tech. It's a long list here. I gave a lot of points to creativity on how unique your trophies are. Georgia and Georgia Tech, the Governor's Cup, 67 out of 82.
Okay.
Not very high.
All right. So I think I'm going ahead and tell you, I think next year what you need to do, I liked what you did, but I think what you need to do next year is rank the names of the rivalries.
I can do that.
Like, for example, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe if we were to play a little bit of a game right now,
sure,
it would be clean old-fashioned hate.
It is clean old-fashioned hate.
Okay.
Yep.
Obviously, Washington State's the Apple Cup. Arkansas, LSU, they have a trophy. They play for the Golden Boot. I don't know if you want to. I'll let you come. This is your area of expertise. The parameters.
Yeah, that's actually a fun idea for a game. Maybe you should brush up on your rivalry names, and I'll throw some at you later on this week and see how good you are at them.
Okay, I like that strategy. But it brings me to my question. What do you want in your rivalry?
Hatred.
I mean, what do you want? Now, are we all in agreement? I assume the majority of us listening are adults. To what maturity level of an adult are you? Tyler and I had this conversation pre-show.
Sure.
To what maturity level are you? I think we all agree that we don't want this rivalry bowling over to 2004 and the brawl.
No, that's black eye territory. You don't want to get there.
I think we all agree that is going too far. But do you want your coaches to be buddy-buddy? Do you want your coaches? Do you want an over the top level of respect? I said this. I told you with this with Will Muschamp and Shane Beamer. Will Muschamp and Dabo Sweeney. It never boiled over publicly. They would do their little thing. They would meet at some of the little functions that coaches have to be at. They were cordial, but there was a true, actual dislike between the two coaches. A legitimate, I don't like that guy, to the point that Pastor Dabo let words come out of his mouth at times to other people that he should not be using.
Right.
Muschamp, on the other hand, as we all know, had no problem using those words, and he would use them whether he was talking about Dabo or anybody else.
You could read his lips on the sidelines for those.
So, with that being said, what 803-404-6100 do you want in your rivalry? Let me ask you. It is a rivalry game. When you win, doesn't matter if you're 4-7 and you get to 5-7, or you're 6-5 and you get to 7-5, or whether you're 11-0 and it goes 12. It doesn't matter. When you win, to the victor go the spoils.
That's right.
And as we just said, there are limits, Tyler. There are limits. We don't need a brawl. But you should be allowed to, in some way, shape, or form, celebrate. It's different than beating Coastal. It's different than beating Texas A&M. It's different than beating Louisville or Florida State or whomever. I know Florida State's a little bit different for Clemson. It's different when you beat your in-state opponent.
Yes.
What is the level? I'm going to use the word disrespect. I hope you understand what I mean by that. But what is the level of celebration and kind of arrogance and all that you get to have?
I am cool with nothing as long as you don't go to the point of physical harm.
Okay.
Of, anything that could be considered, I don't know, lewd.
Vandalism.
Well, I don't know. Depends on where you draw the line of vandalism, I guess.
Like ripping up, in South Carolina's case, in Clemson's case, if they were to win, to rip up the hedges.
Yeah, and that's something we see. I like when teams beat Georgia, they tear apart the hedges at Sanford Stadium. So that's something you see.
That's the kind of vandalism.
Yeah, which that's low-level vandalism. It's not like you're going out there and spray painting.
I was going to say, let's be honest. To my knowledge, nobody's got a can of spray paint in their pants and they whip it out, and the next thing you know, you got a whole...
Now, like Diego Pavia peeing on an opponent's logo, a little too far.
Okay, I'm with you on that.
I feel like you're setting me up for something that Dabo Sweeney did talk about yesterday.
Dabo Sweeney said there will be no flag planting this year. Now, on yesterday.
Yes.
It says, I'm sorry. Okay, you got to see its own flag. I'm talking to Dave. I'm sorry, folks. Live radio. It's going to be on the no flag planting this year is what I'm going for. You know what? Mark this down. 2:08, Tuesday, November the 25th, 2025. I would hate it if I'm a South Carolina fan and Clemson wins. If you win a rivalry game, a legitimate rivalry game, I am okay with you planting your flag at midfield of the opponents after the game and stating that you own for that 365 days. This is Dabo Sweeney yesterday saying there will be no flag planting this year.
Well, I hope we get the opportunity to be better. But we talked about that last year, and that's definitely something that does not need to happen. That's not something we don't need to disrespect the other team's logo and all that stuff. We need to win the game, with class and celebrate. I mean, certainly, but all that stuff. We need to do everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen when you're at the opposing team's stadium.
Okay, hold on. I'll come back to that.
Okay.
I can't read the text, and I don't know how to read the text from KT in Lexington. I wish I could. I want Beamer to. Basically, he's saying, give a slight backhanded slap, if you will, if you know what I'm talking about, a slight back to Dabo Sweeney below the belt region at the midfield half handshake after the game. I've spent a few minutes laughing as I read that. Thank you, KT, for the good laugh. I can't believe I'm doing this, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
In a rivalry game, and I'm not talking 1 versus 2, and in a true rivalry game, Michigan, Ohio State, South Carolina, Clemson, Georgia, Georgia Tech, Florida, Florida State. For some reason this year, I get to say Vanderbilt, Tennessee. If you win the game, and you win it in the opponent's stadium, I am going to be okay with the flag planting. That is, now, the other team's got to understand it too. You lost the game. I'm sorry. You lost.
Sure.
It's a rivalry game. You don't want them to plant your flag. You don't want them to own your field for essentially 2 years. I have come around to that. I said yesterday on this airway, I said Dabo said something smart, and I really agree with him. And I do agree with him. And what he said there was great. What he just said right there was phenomenal. But you know what? If Clemson wins Saturday, and they have bragging rights for the 15th, 17th, 19th, 21st, 23rd, is that 5th? Is that right? Fifth straight consecutive time here at Williams-Brice Stadium?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing I can say about it. You won the game. My team didn't.
I feel about this the same way I do about in baseball. Like if a batter gets like maybe 2 home runs off a pitcher consecutively, he gets, hit the 3rd time up there. My thought is, well, as a pitcher, don't give up home runs. Pitch better.
Yeah.
Or else that guy wouldn't be hitting it out of the park and making you look like a clown. I feel the same way. Like if you don't want people planting a flag at midfield, beat them. You're the home team. You should have some kind of advantage there. Don't let them win on your turf, and you won't have a problem with this.
Football is so hard to win at. Football is the work that those kids put in that we don't see, getting up and doing the winter workouts and the summer workouts. And I agree a lot with Shane Beamer, and that's why I do get upset. Like when South Carolina beat Jacksonville State, and it was ugly, and it was 32-28, and I don't know. It is what it is. But you won the football game, and you celebrate. Now you take into account, wow.
Yes.
So you win. And so with that being said, I don't know if people will join me in this crusade. I am okay with flag planting now. I have come around. Flag plant all you want. Michigan? No, wait, the game's in Ann Arbor. Ohio State, if you beat Michigan, because I think, was it last year that the little brouhaha? Was that last year or was that 2 years ago?
That was
3 or 4 years ago.
That was last year, because that's when Ryan Day just looked like a zombie as this fight's happening in front of him, and he's just staring off into the distance in a trance. Yeah, that was at the Horseshoe last year. Ohio State trying to get their first win since 2019 in this rivalry has the opportunity to plant the flag in the middle of the big house if they win.
Yeah, and they should be allowed to do it.
Yeah, because you're giving them the lick back.
And if you don't, you know what? Going over and trying to stop them. Put up the fight. How about you put up a better fight the first 60 minutes?
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. Coaches can tell you in meetings and stuff, hey, guys, again, we win, we're act professional and all that kind of stuff. When you get the adrenaline of beating your rival and you see that flag that one of the cheerleaders is carrying around or something, I'm sure those meetings and that thought process doesn't really cross your mind all that much. Like, hey, I got a flag. There's a logo at midfield. I'm planting this sucker.
Texture says once you make it okay to plant the flag, it becomes uninteresting and the players don't care. I don't think so. I mean, again, I'm drawing up a set of lines here.
You can wink and say, hey, don't plant the flag, while also saying, hey, totally plant the flag.
803-404-6100. Feel free to weigh on that. Perry Worth coming up here at 2:30. It is the halftime show. Don't forget tonight, Carolina Calls, Shane Beamer and Todd Ellis. Obviously, we all know, kind of understand what's going on this week, Thursday night with Thanksgiving. So if you want to hear Shane Beamer one more time this week over at Backstreet's Bar and Grill, you can tune in right here to 107.5 The Game and listen as Shane Beamer and Todd Ellis will take some phone calls at 7 o'clock, and we will kind of go from there and see what he has to say. Not that I anticipate him saying anything more.
No, I think it's going to be pretty similar to what we just heard him say an hour ago.
Yeah. More joking.
Yeah.
Probably more turkey and side meal discussion.
Sure.
803-404-6100. I love this time of year. I really do. I grew up, I had Clemson people in my family. A lot of people don't know. Actually, there was well, I say a lot of people don't know. I don't know why y'all know my backstory. But I met Frank Howard. Frank Howard, like when I was real little, I had my cousin, back then Shirley Jones, now Shirley Cooper, like took me to the Clemson football facility. Frank Howard came out, like blessed me, rubbed my head.
Yeah.
Apparently, and I was like 3, so, our memory's here, but I'm told, like, basically tried to convert me, told me that I had made told my parents that I had made a lifetime bad decision, and that by him rubbing my head, I would forever be blessed with good luck.
Do you ever get weird dreams, Clemson related? You're like, was Frank Howard's touch still affecting me years later?
I don't think so, because I don't really remember it. But it is a cool story. The same one, I had cousins. I've told you this. I had cousins that worked in the Georgia athletic department for the longest time. One of my uncles was the Georgia team physician. And I had another cousin who was the associate SID at Georgia from like the 60s until the 90s. And I got to go over there and meet Vince Dooley. And it's truthfully why Georgia is, to me, my second team, and why the Bulldogs are, quite frankly, I pull for them as well. And my daughter, despite what my son may think or feel, my daughter is kind of becoming more and more of a Georgia fan with every passing year.
Now, does she want to go there?
We actually had a wild conversation about college this weekend, and that does not appear to be the direction she is leaning. And the fact that she would qualify for all the in-state scholarships here.
Nothing out of state's cheap.
Helps Dad push her to South Carolina a little bit more. But I say all that because this is a fun time of year with trash talking.
Of course.
And I love poking the bear, and I love poking at people who simply can't take it, who have no sense of humor. One of our good friends on the live stream, poor Ian, just can't deal with it on the live stream. So please go to our live stream. Promote our live stream. Go to our live stream. Go to the Game YouTube TV and check it out. Hope is in there. Craig, who's in there every day. Craig's a great person. He gets in there each and every day and chit-chats. And you can have your own chat. You can talk about us. You can talk about whatever we're talking about. You can talk about they're all over the place. Go check out our live stream. Shepherd's Glass does a great job with it. We've got a lot of people who have done it. You can, again, it's the Game TV Radio on YouTube, powered by Integrated Media, sponsored by Shepherd's Glass. James is in there. Hope is in there. Craig is in there. Ian has his feelings hurt right now.
Well, he had to beg Captain Dave to let him back in.
We had to let him back in because he's just all. He's a Clemson fan, and this is why we have to make fun of Ian because
for it.
But please go check out our live stream. Go to YouTube. Go to YouTube. Check it out. The Game TV Radio. You can get in there, and again, anyway, it's a good little place to go and hang out during the day. You're sitting at your office and you can chit chat. The community is growing, and again, thank you to Integrated Media and Shepherd's Glass for that. 803-404-6100. Let's hear Captain Dave. This is clip number. This is on what Dabo Swinney has seen from South Carolina this year. Dabo does his press conferences on Monday, of course. This is Dabo giving his assessment of South Carolina and what he thinks leading up to the game on Saturday.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, they could win every game they've been in. I mean, they're a good football team. Just have hadn't really just gone their way in some games, but they've been in position to win, all year. So they're a talented team, and obviously beat us last year. We had an opportunity and didn't finish the game, and that quarterback is still the quarterback. He's a great football player. Got a lot of respect for him, his toughness, his overall game, and he was absolutely the difference last year. And he's still there. As long as he's there, they got a chance in any game they play in, and that's again been the story of their season this year. A few plays away from having a great season, but again, that's same for us. Honestly, they're a good team.
So that's what he's got to say.
Mm-hmm.
What do you? And then I think that's what South Carolina fans are again trying to draw the line on. South Carolina has been 5 particular games again where they've either gone to the fourth quarter leading 3 of those games. 2 of the games they were down by a score. LSU down at least a touchdown or less. LSU and Mississippi, and they've not closed out. I do want to ask tomorrow or Friday, is there going to be a moment in the game Saturday where you feel comfortable, or is it just simply when there's 3 zeros on the clock in the fourth quarter, and is there a point? Because that's been South Carolina football this year where, quite frankly, you can't feel. I don't know when people truly felt. You said 37-0 at halftime on Saturday when they kicked the field goal.
Yeah, I was
maybe a little before that.
I don't think they're coming back after that. If you can guarantee me they have a 4-touchdown lead with 5 minutes to go, sure.
Even then,
but I don't think we're going to get to that point. I don't think there's going to be any moment of true ease until you're A, clock at 0, B, you're kneeling to run the clock out in the final couple minutes.
803-404-6100. We'll catch up with Perry York. He's got some interesting stories because I do think there's an attitude issue with South Carolina and Clemson, and it's one of the reasons why I think Clemson absolutely dominates this rivalry. We'll get into that a little bit with Perry and discuss some of his thoughts and feelings and memories of playing in this rivalry when we come back. You're listening to The Halftime Show. It is 2:33 on a Tuesday. Shane Beamer's spoken. A very calm, quiet press conference. So what we do instead, we bring a guy who's not afraid to bring the heat, who's to say a few things, to get people riled up. Perry Orth, the man himself, joins us. And Perry, happy Thanksgiving to you. The third year with the have you got two now? How many do you have to celebrate Thanksgiving besides the wife?
Yeah, I got one and one on the way. One will be here. The second one will be here in about another girl.
Congratulations. Right. That's
Thank
awesome.
You, man. Yeah, best damn soon-to-be volleyball coach in South Carolina.
There you go. That a boy. That a boy. Well, congratulations. A lot to be thankful for you. And I want to go back, get you on this week. One of the things, you and I have talked about this. I had you in studio years ago here, and I want you to retell a story in a second. It's a phenomenal story. I believe it was your senior year. It was the year Spurrier left, and y'all were playing South Carolina. Y'all were playing Clemson here, and there was an incident in pregame. I believe you said it was a certain coach, a certain quarterback's coach with a swagger, that told you to do it. But number one, I want you to take us back to a little bit of that win streak that South Carolina had. And I want you to talk about specifically at that time the attitude of South Carolina that they had toward Clemson. Not that y'all were better than them, but the confidence level that I don't know if has been there in the history of this rivalry.
Yeah, so and you're right. At that time, I mean, yeah, we had lost in 14. We were having a terrible season in 15, as we all unfortunately remember. But the confidence was certainly there. And I'm not sure if Coach Mangus remembers this or not, but I do remember he told me that there were a couple guys on they look like junior staffers, maybe student assistants, and he had told me they were on our side of the 50, which you really shouldn't be, writing down formations and little clipboard notes and just kind of like a, I don't know what they do now. 10 years ago was more of like an unwritten rule. You just don't do that. People typically don't mind if you sit there and watch, but when you're taking notes and doing all that good stuff. Anyway, he told me, he said, hey, I'm going to call a roll out to the right, and I'm going to put the slot guy on a corner, and I want you to overthrow the corner and hit those you-know-who's right in their forehead. And I looked at him, laughed, was like, really? He said, yeah. And sure enough, I mustered up enough accuracy where I hit this kid square in the face pregame. And our offensive staff absolutely loved it. It was so freaking funny, and the kid scrambled to grab his stuff and blah, blah, blah. And, that was kind of that'll teach him to not do things like that. We unfortunately did not come out on top that game. I believe Clemson ended up losing to Alabama in the national title that year. They had a marvelous team, but we threw the cart and the horse at them. We played a hell of a football game. We just couldn't get the timely stop nor the timely score we need. I think the final score, somebody's going to have to fact check me on this, like 37, 31, or 35, something like that.
You said it was 2015, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 37-32.
And it was
37.
Go ahead.
37-32.
And for the record, for those that don't remember that you were the starting quarterback that day. And that was really the Debo Samuel breakout day. Debo was an absolute monster in that game. I was going to look real quick and see what his stats were from that game. You and Debo were essentially, obviously you mentioned that Clemson was great that day, or great that season, great that day. But you and Debo were about as unstoppable as you could be.
Yeah, I was telling somebody this the other day, is like, hindsight being 20/20, and Debo really wasn't effective at all in the season, minus the first game and the last game. We didn't have him for basically the entire season, and what would we have been offensively with a playmaker like that? Guys like that with the ball in their hand, as we all know, change the scope in the landscape of games. And when you lose 6 games by a touchdown or less, you look around at great players that you didn't have, that you had on the roster you couldn't use, you sit there and you go, golly, what if? But anyway, this is an amazing rivalry. Another kind of quick funny story about it. I'd been here 3 years getting ready to start that 2015 game, and sitting around at a friend's house for Thanksgiving, and it was super quiet as we started dinner, and everybody looked around, and one of the cousins had looked at me and said, "You realize how big this game is to our family, right?" And I felt like half the table on one side was wearing Carolina gear and half the table on the other was wearing Clemson gear. And everybody in the room obviously knew I was starting 2 days later. And you could just feel the heaviness and the burden in the room of just like, man, this game means a lot to a lot of people. And I know this year it might, from a national scale, might seem that we're kind of limping into this game. But in this state, on Saturday afternoon, all eyes are going to be in Williams-Brice.
So off that point, because again, you're from Florida yourself, and Beamer was asked about this in the last hour when he spoke to the media. What is that process of kind of getting up to speed on what this series is, this rivalry, to make sure you fully understand it and I guess have as much hate coursing through your veins as possible when the game finally kicks off?
No, well said. So growing up in Florida, as a child, I was a diehard Florida State fan. So the hatred that I had for Florida during the Tebow years was elite, even though they beat the brains out of Florida State every time they rolled out on the football field. But I understood the magnitude of college football rivalries. I just didn't realize how intense this one was, right? Because you knew about it. I knew Clemson and South Carolina were rivals. I remember the fight like it was yesterday. I was watching the game as a young kid. But when I got here, and one of the first comments that I received when I was out to lunch, I think I was with Coach Spurrier Jr., and I had just gotten here, and we were out to lunch, and he introduced me to somebody, and he said, "Hey, when it's your turn, you're going to beat Clemson, right?" That was like the first thing that they said. And it was an intense game, lots of trash talk from start to finish, lots of guys that I played against even from Florida that played at Clemson. I remember Tony Stewart was a five-star linebacker from just south of Jacksonville that I played against for 2 years in high school that I had grown to have a relationship with from going to camps with one another and playing against each other in high school and being from the same area but playing college ball in the same state. And it's a very intense game. Obviously, it's very intense around this time of the year here in Columbia, especially when we've got a home game. But, it's a beautiful game. Hoping for a beautiful day is what they're calling for. And, I tell you, a Gamecock victory would cure a lot of woes from this year.
Let's go back real quick. Just a few minutes left with you, and I know you're busy this week trying to get a lot of stuff done. But any takeaways? It was Coastal Carolina, and South Carolina did what they were supposed to. But any takeaways from what you saw from Mike Furry, the offense, Lenora Sellers, or anything from last week that can be applied to this week?
Certainly. Let's go with all of them. Let start from the top of quick, easy completion to get your quarterback into a rhythm of the game. First play touchdown never hurts. What a special moment for the Sellers family. My gosh, they'll never forget that the rest of their lives. I know his parents. As a young parent, I couldn't imagine having my two kids play at that level and scoring touchdowns like they did. But, golly, go back the whole 8 quarters. I know we crumbled in the A&M game, and I don't think we need to talk about it. But if you look at what we did in the first half versus Texas A&M and then for 4 quarters against Coastal, combine that over a little bit of a body of work, quick, efficient passing game, not a ton of drop back, not a ton of long, drawn-out pass plays, balls coming out of Lenoris' hands quick, whether it be through wide receiver screens or quick little bubble routes or, quick game pass, RPO, but also a lot of inside zone, a lot of zone reads from the quarterback. And the offensive line, nobody's talking about this, unfortunately, because we've haven't been coming out on top. But how much better has the offensive line been in the last few games? How much better has the run game been in the last few games? Coach Elliott inserted into into a more familiar role, has done an amazing job kind of creating that stability and balance in the run game. And I like the way Coach Furry calls plays. I think it's going to give Clemson a lot of fits. I think that the last thing that Clemson wants to do is have to tackle our guys in space. I don't think they have the athletes that they once did in order to do that. I think if you take that same game plan to the ball game on Saturday, I think we're going to find success. I see 28, maybe 35 points out there for us to get against this defense, especially at home. I really do. And then I think Clayton White's has had Garrett Riley's number the last 3 years. I know we didn't win at home, but a couple years ago I think they only had 17 points, and one was a defensive touchdown. So I really do. I think the odds are in our favor. Plus, you get the game at home, and I think South Carolina is going to be victorious in the Palmetto Bowl this year.
Real quick, like 30 seconds. You mentioned Furry's offense in 8 quarters. Where you stand on his candidacy for full-time OC?
Yeah, I mean, if he rolls out the same similar game plan and they go and score 28, 35, 31 points, I think that he should be at a minimum interviewed for the role. I think that Coach Beamer probably going to do his full due diligence on this next hire, but should Coach Furry be in the fold for that interview process, there's no question about it.
Perry, we always appreciate it again. I know you've had a busy day of phone calls. You got a busy week ahead of you before being able to celebrate Thanksgiving. So just giving us 10 minutes today is always phenomenal. And we look forward to catching up with you in the very near future to kind of recap everything that's happened this year.
Yeah, looking forward to it, guys. Appreciate it, and have a happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Thanks.
Take care. Perry Worth, who always has some great insight, but also some great stories from his time. 803-404-6100. We wrap it up on a Tuesday. It's the Halftime Show.
I don't know if there's something to prove. We want to go play really well, and this is not a week where you need to, motivate guys to get ready. They're excited to go play, and it's another opportunity for us to put our team and our program on display, this 2025 team, and leave one lasting impact on what people think about the 2025 football team, and being able to win your last game against your rival would go a long way towards what that lasting memory image is of the team.
That was the words of Shane Beamer just over an hour ago. Some I agree with, some I don't. Beating Clemson means to me, after listening and discussing all day, Tyler, that you get bragging rights and that Christmas is a little merrier, a little brighter.
And again, I think it depends on how many Clemson fans you encounter in your daily life.
I'm going to be honest, and this is fact. It's true fact. There's no hiding from it. The rivalry is lopsided. And not only is it lopsided, but we are, I think, still South Carolina fans. I think, and Gamecock fans, y'all can correct me tomorrow, but Tyler, I think we are still in shock and shell shock. I don't know what the word you would be, in trauma from what really transpired from 2015 to 2020.
Yeah, you, as a Gamecock fan, lived your worst nightmare where you watched your bitter rival, a team that for a lot of years you would say you if weren't on equal footing with, not that far away from, right, in terms of success and accomplishments. I know Clemson had their national championship back in 1981 and all that kind of stuff, but, through the 90s and 2000s, you wouldn't say these two teams or programs are that far apart, and then they just suddenly ascend to the throne of college football, and they're beating Alabama and winning national championships and playing in the playoff and all this kind of stuff, and you're sitting here having to watch it all happen and suffer while getting beat at the same time year in and year out.
And not getting beat.
Program.
You got, they were drummings.
I can't think of a worse reality for a fan than watching your rival ascend the way that Clemson did.
And I think that we're all still a little traumatized by that. But if you win the game, you have won 3 of 4.
Yes, you have.
And that's the start of something. And say what you want about Shane Beamer. And no, it's not been a good year. And quite frankly, the truth is, winning Saturday doesn't change that. Winning Saturday and being 5-7 doesn't make this, because of where you started, a historically disappointing season. But it continues to change at least a little bit of the narrative of the current the current, not the historical, but the current status of the rivalry. That, to me, is what Saturday is. I've asked all you, and I've listened to you today talk, and I've read, I apologize, didn't even get to a lot of the text messages. Well, I do thank you for weighing in. We really do appreciate everybody's contribution. We've appreciated everybody's contribution the last 12 weeks, 13 weeks of football season. And but it changes a little bit of the mindset of this rivalry moving forward with Shane Beamer, who will have then won 3 of 4.
Mm-hmm.
And that does mean something. Again, it doesn't change historically. You get one game closer at the moment. But that's what Saturday means. And it does make December a little merrier. And maybe it makes, let's be honest, it makes whatever the offensive coordinator hire is, maybe all of a sudden it just perks you up a little bit. And it makes signing day where it appears you're going to hold on to a pretty good class. Small class, but a pretty good class.
It's almost like getting a good night's sleep, right? Where if you got a good night's sleep, you're well rested, you wake up in the morning, you're feeling good, and you're saying hello to everyone, you're feeling cheerful, and you're not snapping at people, as opposed to when you don't sleep really well, it kind of sets off a bad rest of the day a lot of the times where, that offensive coordinator, he's not going to work. Man, these recruits that we got on Wednesday, none of those guys are going to materialize into anything. It can change your overall mood of how you approach the beginning of what's the most important offseason of the Beamer era ever, and how you go about navigating that.
So, again, that to me is what Saturday is truly all about. Again, continuing to change some of the narrative of this rivalry. And it doesn't matter if the teams are both 0-11 or 11-0, or in obviously this case 4-7 or 6-5. But that's the importance of it. But I don't think we get to spring the spring game to watch a new offense coordinator, to watch whatever that team looks like. I don't think we get to the spring game and like, wow, man, I feel good about this. That Clemson game, I feel great. Like, it doesn't change that, but there is an importance.
It will eventually wear off, but it's something you can pepper in throughout the year. Like, oh, well, at least we beat Clemson. And again, depending on how many Clemson fans you encounter in your daily life, that is something you can use to your advantage for the next calendar year when the opportunity presents itself.
Well, definitely in some conversation and some ribbing you would have to endure, and that we all agree makes for a much better 365 days. It's been a blast. Again, thank you for going and joining our live stream. If you did that, I know Chuck went in there. Thank you again to Ian, for Craig, for Hope, who was in there. I believe it was a James that was in there. Mike went in there. We got a great live stream. I really encourage you to go and check it out. It'll be back tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow to get you set for Thanksgiving. Thank you to everybody. Captain Dave and Tyler, incredible work today. Y'all have a phenomenal day. It is Bill Gunner for the Mortgage Guru, Jacob Crowder with First Palmetto Bank. Now, I, on Thursday, was celebrating being thankful a little bit for the condo he put me in a couple years ago. He helped me find the right interest rate, the correct down payment. He made the monthly mortgage payments easy on me and the family to help with the budget. And he can do the same for you. Now, I know you might be thinking turkey and Christmas presents right now, but sooner or later, you're going to start thinking about your home. And in 2026, what you want to do. Do you want to refinance and save a little money? Maybe you look at a portion of it and you want to remodel and you need a loan to be able to do that. Well, guess what? First Palmetto Bank and Jacob Crowder can do both of those things. Or you could be looking to buy or build a home. And if you're looking to do that, well, guess what? Jacob Crowder can help you just as well there. Just give him a phone call, 803-719-1005. He's the mortgage guru, Jacob Crowder with First Palmetto Bank.
hanging out here at JT's. Jeep and Ram and Chrysler and all that good stuff. Again, beat Clemson, beat Hunger Week. The rivalry week is here, like we've been doing every year for the past, what was it, Ryan, about 25, 30 years we've been doing this one?
42.
42?
Yep.
I always come to you, man. When it comes to math, you're the guy.
I'm very good at math.
We are hanging here again at JT, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep and Ram.
I get a little nervous when I come in here.
Well,
last two times I've been here, I purchased a vehicle, so I'm sitting here like, man, the Rubicon over here looks nice. All the stuff, the Hemis now in them, look, that's the hot sellers right this second. But it's last two times in here, I've driven out with a vehicle. So
you ever had a Jeep? You ever owned a Jeep?
I got one. It looks just like this one next to me.
Do you?
Yeah.
I've always wanted one. I've never gotten one. But I've always been jonesing. It's on the bucket list of rides for me is a Jeep.
Yes, Jeeps. That's the fun ride. Actually, my daughter has it now in school, but that with the convertible top on.
Oh,
in a bad mood, I could just jump in that thing, and life's good again.
Yeah. How many times have you had to?
But now she has it, so I'm always.
So
in
what
a
are you
bad
doing?
mood.
You're in a bad mood now.
Just in a bad mood.
You know what you got? You got to buy another Jeep
That's what I'm nervous about.
With a
being here.
convertible
But
top.
I have an old one in the garage too. We're working on so.
I never knew you were a mechanic. Look at you. I never knew these things.
Hire people to do that. I know people.
You know people. All right, obviously we get a lot of brew. It's Brews Day here on the post-game show. Terry Ford, Ryan Brewer, again, our buddy Jay Phillips now has advanced into the treatment phase for the bladder cancer, and obviously we've been thinking about Jay all day and wish him well, and hopefully everything goes well for
told
him.
him he's going to kick some ass today. It starts the right now to get through it, but he's going to go in there he's got a positive attitude, and he's going to knock it out.
Yep, and I basically threatened him and saying if you don't have a positive attitude, we have a line of people who are going to slap the positive attitude into
I think
you.
he does for sure.
Absolutely, he's good. Got a little fist bump from him earlier today, so. Again, we're all thinking about Jay Phillips all this week as he will pop on the show on and off through the week. He said he really wasn't much of in a mood to talk to you because this is boring because Carolina won by like 100. It's no fun when we have Ryan Brewer in a good mood.
Oh, man, that's true, but there's something else going on this week as well. But that was fun. I'm not going to lie. That was fun, and actually I enjoyed it. Getting into the game was nice and easy. The crowd was decent, but the crowd, it was fun to see all the little ones there, the different families that had. And they all left at different stages. Like, the first quarter, you see like the people that had the infants there, like the first timers come to a game.
Man.
After the first quarter, so all right, we've had enough. And then you have like maybe the 6 to 8 year olds. Then all of a sudden they're like, all right, halftime, it's time for them to go. That made traffic a heck of a lot easier.
I was getting ready to say, Tyler said it was the easiest he's ever gotten
in and
out of that Williams-Brice.
Yeah, in and out was very easy. But I don't care this week at all if it's hard as long as there's a W, and I'll stay there all night long.
Oh, absolutely. It's the week bet. Even though this has been a disappointing year for both programs, no one cares. Coming Saturday at kickoff at noon, right?
Everybody is 0-0 right now in standings and everything. This is the only thing that matters.
Okay, all right. We'll get to Coastal obviously here in a minute, but you are from Ohio. Now, you were an Ohio State guy growing up, so that means you hated that team up north.
No, I wasn't Ohio State. I was a Notre Dame guy, but I was only an hour west of Ohio State, so everyone in the family or in the area were big Ohio State people. I didn't hate the team up north, but you still had to spit when you crossed the state line. Even though I didn't, it just happened. It was just like one of those things.
It's a reflex.
I think exactly. It's like if you didn't, everybody looked at you cross-eyed, like, "Hey, you're about to get some heat here." But definitely, they wanted me to play defense and all that at Michigan, so that's another story. But I didn't hate them, but at the same time, I knew the rivalry. I knew that one, how big it was, and there is the hatred. You're not allowed to. No word right now starts with the letter M this week. So it's hard to have a conversation with anybody in Ohio right now.
Okay, so let's flip it to here. So you come here. You're going to play your college football at South Carolina. How quick did you realize how much you had to hate that school in the upstate? How quick was this? Like right away? You knew it in the recruiting process? When did it hit you?
Not really at the recruiting process. You got to remember, everybody was new except for Coach Pugh. So like all the coaches, with Coach Holtz obviously leading the charge, but you found out quickly, even on the recruiting visit by fans, I think with the Longhorn, and like that's all they talked about. Hey, we don't care. You got to beat Clemson. And then as the season progresses or how practice started going, we had it where we would go through one of the tailgating spots, and we'd have people out there, which I think later on was we got hit with a little fine for a recruiting violation or something because they gave us like cookies. You know, right now they can give out $100 bills, to clean their ears with, but you give cookies to people and they get in trouble. But that's all they talk about. We could play anybody that week, and it's, hey, in 3 weeks you got Clemson, you better beat them. And, this week you got Clemson, you better beat them. And it's just, it starts growing and growing. But what we had is a lot of home in-state guys, especially the senior class, junior class, but a lot of in-state guys that really lived it. They lived it from birth to playing in college with it, and they also had their teammates or rival schools that were on the other side of the ball. So there was that, just the initial, always that hatred for each other, always that hey, just the passion of the game and what it meant to everybody. But just what a history and it has, for the legacy it has, and over the years, and how it's built up, for how long a lasting a rivalry is. I mean, Coach Holtz had us learn. That was one of the things he did do. He had us we had to take tests and learn the history of it, from where when they were moving outhouses from one school to the other, to when one of the fraternities dressed up as Clemson players and ran out on the field and then started doing lewd behavior to each other. Started a fight. That was all the stuff we learned. All the cool stuff that happened back then that made it even. We heard Pitchfork Tillman more than we wanted to back then and stuff. So it was just, learning the history was cool, and what was going to happen with it. But it definitely has grown and grown as long as I played here and lived here. You understand that. I mean, I just can't stand the color. Can't stand those colors. It's just now it's ingrained. I mean, it's ingrained in my kids. It's ingrained in everyone around me. So it definitely has taken a toll on my life.
The first time you played in this game, South Carolina Clemson, and you had played through the full season, obviously. Was there that extra level of intensity because of the hatred? Because you hated everybody. The one thing I've learned about you over 4 years, it didn't matter. As soon as you crossed the line, you hated everybody. How intense was that South Carolina Clemson game the first time you jumped in? Did you feel a difference, or with you, man, it was just ball?
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a difference, but that was our freshman year. You got to realize we were 0-10 that year.
Yeah.
The seniors, juniors, everyone ahead of, or all the other upperclassmen, they were on a 20-game losing streak at that time. So there was just the pressure alone just to try to get a W. But our defense kept us in most of the games. We had an outstanding defense. We couldn't score worth a lick on offense that year. It had to happen, partially to do with 3 freshman running backs being back there. So, and it was just the pressure was on, but at the same time, it's like we were freshmen. We weren't supposed to be on the field, type deal. And we were told that from get-go. Even from the players, say you guys are, you're lucky, you're happy to be playing. That's Coach Holtz always. Freshmen are just happy to be on the field. But once you stepped on there, you could feel the energy of the crowd on both sides. Even how the Clemson fans were, holding the 0 bars, the chocolate bars, and getting ready to throw them on the field and all that crap. But you just knew it just meant a little bit more and a little bit extra. But they had some very talented young guys as well on that team, and that's one of the moments. I think I had a couple carries there, but I remember getting smoked by Keith Adams. Separated my shoulder, broke my shoulder pad. Just kept playing the game. Actually had a decent punt return, but I looked slow as a turtle because I couldn't even move my right arm. But I think I had a 50-something yard return because I was supposed to wave fair catch, and I believe and they ended up being. I wanted to wave fair catch, couldn't move my arm, caught the ball,
so
and they actually had a middle return going, and it worked out fine. But
isn't that funny though? You want to wave a fair catch and you can't lift your arm.
It's
so it's like screw it. I'm just going to catch it. And let's roll.
Yeah, it ended up working out fine. I wish I could run a little faster. It should have been a touchdown, but I was, like I said, I came in third to a pregnant lady in a foot race. So, but but still, it's a special time. It's this whole week special for everybody. It's the most I've ever heard the Clemson fans acting like, hey, you guys are going to beat us type mentality.
I've heard that this week.
Have you seen us play? And they're like, have you seen us play? Have you seen us? It's like, we're Jekyll and Hyde throughout the game, not all season, but just throughout the game. And they're like, well, we're just bad. So I don't know, But they've had some things bounce their ways where we haven't. The Louisville game was one of those. That kicker misses. Well, one of them misses 2 field goals, and they put the long distance guy in. He missed another field goal, and that's a game changer for the other way, where they get a W instead of they get a lost instead of a W. So, but it's going to be interesting to see who wants the battle of the state right now.
Yeah, because one of our sales guys somehow got hired. I don't think they knew he was a Clemson fan. They hired him, and then he kind of divulged it later. But he looked at me this morning. I walked in. He goes, "You know South Carolina's going to win, right?" And I was like, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, he goes, what this long thing. Basically, as much as our offense sucks and Klubnik sucks and all these things suck, all South Carolina has to do is just not turn it over. If they can get to 20 or 17, they're going to win. I mean, he was done already.
It's kind of losing its luster for that because I'm like, everyone I'm talking to is saying the same things. No, give me some crap here, man. Give me something because like we don't deserve. In my opinion, as Gamecock fans, as if I'm even playing, I don't deserve for anybody in Clemson's side to say you're going to win this game. It should not. We haven't proven that yet at all. Now, can we prove it? Heck yeah, we're going to prove it on Saturday. I know that, but I don't want you all telling me that right now. I want to be able to come to you and say, no, we're going to kick your ass. I don't want you to come back at me a little bit, but
right.
We're not.
This is totally against everything you believe
everything
in.
Yes, I believe in, and that's just it's kind of ticking me off. Man, give me some heat.
Yeah, I can see Ryan Brewer's. You've got to be like befuddled and dumbfounded how this is going this week.
Yes, yes, it is. I mean, we did beat Coastal pretty handily.
So. Yeah, we're going to get to that in the next segment about what happened last Saturday at Williams-Brice with the whole situation with Coastal, and just watching an offense that hasn't really done much exploding all year just went crazy. Well, one last thing about the Clemson stuff. Now that you obviously you played your 4 years in that rivalry and you're out of it now, and you're a grown man who owns a business, and you got kids, and you're I say kind of sort of a mature man. Is that an insult?
Okay. No, I don't. I've done
you're
my
all
time.
mature
I've done my
now.
time, man. I'm fine
You're all
with it.
mature.
It is. You can't do anything about it. It's like, hey, this, hopefully you get older every year. Hopefully you keep, every day you wake up, and that's a blessing.
I got a question. Do you ever have any feeling of the young immature person of you, just at least for a second, going, hey, we used to do that? Do you ever get that go through your head at all?
At least once this hour. I mean, yeah.
Same thing. The difference is now that we're older,
I don't act on it.
Right? We don't act on it anymore. Now that we're older, we go, yeah, I can't do that anymore. That's going to be massively embarrassing and probably illegal in 26 states.
Yeah,
would be my guess.
Yeah, it's part of it, but that's part of if you pay attention at all to me. I'm working out a lot more now just because I feel like I love watching the younger guys getting stronger and better, so that they motivate me. When I go to the gym, and it's like, man, I know I can't go back in time and be that guy, but I'm not going to let that little punk beat me out.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. So now that you got years past, what's the first thing, looking back on those 4 years, the first thing that sticks in your head when you think about that rivalry with you when you were playing?
It actually is the respect the Clemson fans had for myself personally. Especially when they're done, they might have been jerks during, coming up to it, but when the game was over, even if they beat us or if we won, they legitimately, even college kids, I remember they rushed the field, and they were kind of being but they come up and say, man, that was a great game. They had a lot of genuine respect for myself as a player and the guys around us. So as much as hatred there is when the games are over, we're still all South Carolina people, and they. Which was kind of crazy to say. I'm only say that once. After that, I hate them all. But no, it was kind of crazy to think about. Like a lot of these guys, not as bad as you think.
Did you say that out loud?
Until they're wearing orange and purple.
Ryan Brewer, it's Brews Day on a Tuesday here on the post-game show. Hanging here at JT's Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, and Ram right on Greystone. We are here, besides to get Ryan another Jeep, we're also here because it is Hunger Awareness Month, and it's always what we've been doing here for the last 4 years. 4 or 5 years is beat Clemson, beat hunger. If you can bring some non-perishable food items by, we would appreciate it today. Whether it's a can or a whole big case of cans, whatever you got, whatever you can spare, whatever you can do for us, we thank you very much. We'll pop back, talk about what happened Saturday at Williams-Brice in the curb stomping of Coastal. That's next here on the post-game show. Ryan Brewer's here. Terry Ford, Genie's here. We got Jalen Tart back punching the buttons of Mission Control. We're here till 6 on the game. Hanging out here at JT's, Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram on Greystone. Again, Hunger Awareness Month. Beat Clemson, beat hunger. If you got any non-perishable food items, please drop them off. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. It's Brews Day on a Tuesday on the post-game show. Terry Ford, Ryan Brewer here. Our buddy Jay Phillips working through its treatment week for Jay, and we're all massively confident that Jay will grind his way through it, and he'll be he's going to be on and off with us this week. So
beat hunger, beat Clemson, beat cancer.
There you go. Absolutely. All right, so Ryan Brewer, as we look at what happened Saturday, first of all, we said last Tuesday, start fast. You can't start much faster, dude, than bubble screen, 75-yard touchdown off the jump. That's pretty good start fast, right?
Yeah, it's even cooler, though, Sellers connection. But that's the way you start the game, and then he just kept going that direction. There was the floodgates were definitely open. Coastal had no answer for our offense going there. And it was just it was actually fun to watch the O-line dominate. It was fun to watch some screens. It was fun to watch quick slants and in routes. Quick game, getting the ball out of Sellers' hands, faster, but also moving the pocket. Everything we've been chirping about all year long happened in that game.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Again, it's you can say what you want. It's Coastal, but Coastal's still a D1 football team with guys that wanted to give it their all out there, but we shut it down real quick. And it really is I'm sure just a mental bust in their head. Like, hey, the first play is just, oh boy.
Yeah.
This isn't we'll get them next time. Then the defense comes right out there and just stomps them too. So. It was just fun. It was fun again for what's going on this season so far, to be able to have that kind of game, get some frustration out, and hopefully get some positive momentum going to this weekend.
And we were talking about yesterday. No, it doesn't make everything that's happened before okay or any of that stuff. And yes, we get it. Coastal, you were three-score favorite coming in, right? We get all that, but Coastal had won 4 of their last 5. They are a 6-win team in the Sun Belt. It's not like taking out some trucking school out of Montana. I mean, you actually beat an FBS opponent. The thing with me though is the fast start was fantastic, and what I like the most is, again, and you know how this goes, Brian. I mean, even in today's world with the NIL and the transfer portal, and guys can, if things get where it's not what they thought, they can bounce, and they don't, they're not stuck, whatever the case. One thing we've seen with Shane, we saw 2 years ago when that team was struggling at 3-6. They won 2 straight and then lost to Clemson, not to be bowl eligible. The fight was there, man. It's like we can talk about why they're not winning games. We can talk about this and that. And like you and I said, Jay, were jumping up and down. Please, God, do this on offense. And finally, we saw a lot of it. But the fight is still there, and the effort is still there, and the want to is still there. And you saw it again on Saturday. Jawarn Howe is running down the field, throwing a block at the end of the 75-yard touchdown.
He caught Sellers. He caught, goes down there, and that's, again, hats off to, pretty much every running back that touched the field there. But Howe was the highlight in my thing, the light. And he's such a good man. And to be able to get some touches and hopefully, something that'll go into this week, if not in the future as well. But just a hard runner, quick, and I didn't realize he had that burst. I don't know if he has it with the ball in his hands, but he definitely has it when chasing somebody down.
There's no doubt.
But that was, again, another one, bright light to see. And what really, the whole, I don't know if they say it stinks or not, but the kind of confuses me is you see that happen. And again, you say Coastal, whatever, but you see that we are capable of moving the ball like that, capable of doing quick game, capable of doing screens, draws, delays, and having some running backs that have some grit to them out there. And it didn't happen until then. Like you said, they had the fight in them, but we didn't see those plays. We saw a play here, there, and nothing but like a package like that where now we're getting the ball into multiple receivers' hands and making some things happen. And I know we're trying to get some guys happy as well, but just again, you got Rowe involved, you got Sellers involved, you're getting the tight ends involved, and heck, when you get Harbor back, and it's going to hopefully be fun to watch Saturday with. I think you have a play caller now with 2 games under his belt, and you have Sean Elliott with 3 weeks under his belt with the O-line. It's kind of, okay, maybe some things are starting to go our way here. It might be a little bit too late, but it isn't too late because we're 0-0 and we're going into Clemson week.
And, you bring up an interesting point. The other thing that, again, will run through all of our heads, right? And I've heard it from fans is like, What the hell took so long to do some of this stuff? Well, I mean, again, we were sitting around talking about it. I felt like we were talking about it since the Virginia Tech game. Hey, that was great. You won, but how about this or that? Or why not you doing this? Why aren't you doing that more? Why are you doing that less? And then you see what happened against Coastal, and you go, well, we get it. It's Coastal. But why weren't you at least doing these things against all these other teams? Who knows what would have happened? Maybe you still would have lost, but this offense, it just looked different. I mean, I even saw some route I've been screaming about route combinations all year. And I saw some route combinations where, you're affecting the secondary with route combinations, and I always call it this, making DBs make bad decisions. And you saw a bunch of that in this game. Like the Donovan Murph catch near the half where he caught the ball and got in the field goal range. And there was a route combination there that forced DBs to make a choice. Do you go to Murph or do you go back on the next level? They went on the next level and Murph's wide open.
Yeah, you're triple flood number, you're at least doing double, put them at different levels where you have the safety's got to make decisions, especially a lot of crossing routes, but even stuff that was faster, getting the ball out of his hands faster. The reads seemed a lot clearer again. And again, it's so hard. We keep saying this over and over, but it's so hard to see what with it being. Was it Coastal or was it the play calling or it was a combination? I think it's a combination, but I still think you can see the progressions. The plays made sense. There's things going on, and again, it's not. I mean, Shula leaving and having a Furry and having Sean, having the guys like that have this energy, you start seeing that translate into your offense as well is a big deal. Now, if the defense feels that too, and they start building off it, you have something special building here.
How ironic is it the only reason it wasn't a shutout, Beamer's baby, the special teams, and the block punt?
Defense still got their shutout, but that block punt was really good on Coastal side, but that was ugly.
Shane even said at the end, I'll be honest, a couple guys, veteran guys, didn't block.
They just missed.
They whiffed?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what they weren't on there the whole time. They just said, they're not really going after this. They just completely just whiffed. And, I mean, that was a walk. That guy, he could have taken the ball off his foot. He pretty much did, but I'm saying, he didn't have to block the kick. He probably could have grabbed it when he just dropped it.
It might have been the easiest block punt in the history of block punts.
It was pretty easy.
And then you were on punt block, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And could you see yourself just coming through like that? No one touches you. You're almost like, seriously, what? Am I getting punked or something going to happen here bad to me? Because that was way too easy. Yeah, what's happening?
Throw this thing. So normally I'd either turn man. Sometimes I came in to block, and Florida, our sophomore year, we had 2 blocks in a row with Derek Watson had them, and a lot of it was we came in it and just I'd pinch in, and he came in free, and it was the same thing, just grabbing the ball and taking off with it.
All right, we'll come back. It's Brews Day live from JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram on Greystone. Again, please help us out as we look at beating Clemson and beating hunger in November, Hunger Awareness Month. Drop off any non-perishable food items that you would have. No matter how little, how much, we don't care. All of it is greatly appreciated. We'll come back. This furry fella, 3 out of the 4 halves that he's been play caller or interim coordinator or whatever, 3 of the 4 halves are pretty good. We'll talk to you about that guy next here on the post-game show. Terry Ford, it's Brew Day. Ryan Brewer's here. We're going up until 6 on the game.
I don't know if there's something to prove. We want to go play really well, and this is not a week where you need to, motivate guys to get ready. They're excited to go play, and it's another opportunity for us to put our team and our program on display, this 2025 team, and leave one lasting impact on what people think about the 2025 football team, and being able to win your last game against your rival would go a long way towards what that lasting memory image is of the team.
All right, we are hanging here post-game show. It's Brews Day. Ryan Brewer in the house here at JT's Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, and Ram on Greystone again. Non-perishable food items. We would appreciate anything you could bring to us this afternoon that would help fight hunger, because it is Hunger Awareness Month. It's Beat Clemson, Beat Hunger, like we do every year. All right, Ryan, you heard Shane talk about, hey, is there extra motivation or extra this or that? Today, the thing is always, hey, it's just who's in front of us next. Not too high, not too low, even keel, blah, 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 blah. Or maybe back in the old days there was a, hey, this week we want to beat the bleep out of these guys. It's our rival. What side of that are you on? You're a coach now. You're Coach Brewer. And if you're coaching this week, is it, hey, it's the next team that's in front of us, go get a W, we care about us, and we play our A game, nobody can beat us. You to go, guys, it's Clemson. Let's go out here. Let's throw it down.
Yeah, I think you want to have that mentality for sure. As a coach, you come in through. You can't. It's one of those. You have to go next game at a time. You have the coach speak. You have to be the player. You can say, hey, like I say it every time. I can only control what's in front of me. That's 6 seconds at a time. That one play at a time. But when I'm in the locker room before this game, you got to have something different motivating. You got to have some kind of different fire. You got to say, hey, this is a different game. This is a game that could last you, especially where you are right now with your record. That this is a moment that you can make it where it lasts forever. You could be set in stone for what you did on this field at Williams-Brice, your last time, especially for your seniors or guys that are trying to go to the NFL. This is maybe your last time playing at Williams-Brice. This is the time to set it for your stories at the table. When you're my freaking age, you can say, I beat Clemson my year, and I did X, Y, and Z. You don't understand that right now as an 18 to 22-year-old. You're not going to understand that until you're my age. And you're sitting at the damn table, and you're saying, this is what I did. This is how I did it. Or you have Gamecock fans come up to you and pat you on the back. I remember when you played against Clemson, and you did this and that. That's what's going to be known. And this is your time to make that statement. It's something, I've always told that you go out to Williams-Brice, just take, especially this one, your last one. Senior week was last week, but that's not the same as your last game there. Mm-hmm. They have to take a moment of just really just look around. Just take a moment when you walk on that field, look around, see what you're doing right now at this moment in your life. Is this not going to happen again for most of them?
Now, did you realize that when you were a senior?
I was told that, yes. I was told that I needed to do this, and I would actually, every game, I'd take a deep breath and do one little circle around the field and just say, all right, this is what I'm here for. This is what I need to do. This is what these eyes are here to watch me come out here and dominate, so I have to perform. And then so now I realized what I was doing. Now again, when the ball's in the air, it all shuts off. You put those horse blinders on. You don't see the fans. You don't see anything but what's in front of you. But you definitely, if you're a player right now, and if you're about to be done playing, you need to take that moment.
Now, this might be an easy answer, and it might not be. That's why I'm going to ask you. What game were you the most geeked up to play? Before you're talking about locker room and you're getting yourself all lathered up. What game in your 4-year career were you the most geeked up to go play?
I mean, the easiest answer would be Ohio State game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to think. But was it? Was it?
I think I was more like a little nervous energy than anything, because there was a lot more riding on me, knowing being the star of the storyline, all that stuff. But so maybe I had more little nervous energy going than normal. I mean, being nervous for a game is not wrong.
No,
you're supposed to have that energy. You're supposed to be nervous about it. Even in warm-ups, I dropped a little pitch, and Coach Schultz ripped my ass. pretty much saying no wonder Ohio State. I've done all sorts of.
Oh, did he give you that one? Did he do that?
That was actually in practice. He gave me that too. He ran a fake field goal in practice, and he told me, it's a long story, but I had options, and I didn't do any of the options he wanted me to do every single time we ran it. So he grabbed me a face mask, said, "No wonder Ohio State didn't want your ass. You're horrible." Da 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 da. So I had that so I was a little negative energy and also like nervousness going in. But once warm-ups were off, and I said the first kickoff hit somebody, I was like, all right, it's football.
Right.
It's ready to go. But I'll tell you, one of the games was playing Kentucky at Kentucky. I knew I had like over 500 of my hometown people there watching me play, and that gave me a little more energy too. Just a little, I knew something riding on it. So there is something to be said about, hey, you're going to play your best, play your hardest, but having that little extra motivation, have something behind you to play for is special. So I think this is all they have to play for. You don't have a bowl game.
Right.
You have nothing else to play for right now but this game.
This is kind of your bowl game for the season right here.
And you want to play for the brothers next to you. You want to play for the name on the front, but you also got the name on the back means something as well. And this is something you can make history. Go out there and do something special. Have a big play. Have a big moment, and you'll be known in Gamecock lore forever.
All right, so Ryan Brewer is with us as we have Brews Day here on the postgame show live from JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge and Ram on Greystone. All right, so 3 out of the 4 halves that Mike Furry has been calling plays, and whatever the title he's got, interim OC, whatever it is. If South Carolina has a good day offensively against Clemson, yards, points, how much higher on the pecking order does Mike Furry go in consideration to be the permanent offensive coordinator? Because a lot riding on this, Ryan. Boy, let's be real.
You're putting your name, your everything is now going to be connected with what happens with Shane Beamer as well. Now, here's my question: does Mike Furry want that? It's not like he's asked for this. I mean, he may have after. He's like, "Hey, who's around?" He's like, "Well, shoot, I guess I'm here. I'm the only one here. I'll raise my hand." Did he ask for this job? So, now I don't know the answer right now. Hey, if you do, is this something you want to do? Because you're a heck of a receiver coach, you're a heck of a recruiter. So is that going to put you don't have that blemish on you? So you have to think of both. Lane too. Do you want that blemish on you if something goes wrong, or do you have that confidence? Hey, I'm really good at this. And I know I can do this, and I'm going to take over. But it's also he has to look in the mirror and say, "Is this what I want to do?" Because if something does go wrong, I know we're going to be moving again. We're going to be doing this and that. Hell, I like it here. And even if we don't do well, we get OC. I know I'm a good recruiter. I know I'm a good receiver coach. So you got to weigh those options there. But if things go right, and he's making play calls like he has 3 out of the 4 quarters, I'm not against it at all. But especially, I like him. I like, if you have the combination you have there as well, I like it. I mean, it's up to him, man. That's really,
It is interesting you bring that angle up because, most people it's a no-brainer. You could be an offensive coordinator in the SEC, bro. That's a no-brainer, right? But you bring up the points like he might go, well, hold on a minute. I'm all right with being a wide receiver coach and a recruiter and doing all the things I'm doing. And
it's the same angle as Lane right now with Kiffin. It's like, you could go move somewhere else and maybe make a little more money, but sometimes you got to realize what I have right now is really good.
And Lane, if Lane stays at Ole Miss, he's not going to be working at Sonic part-time. Lane's going to get paid. Ole Miss says they'll match pretty much anything that he gets offered from LSU or Florida or anybody else.
I look at it both angles. I look at it that way too. Even for those guys, hey, I'm really good at this. But again, if he was one that came in there, I am an OC, I want this job, I'm all for it. But this is kind of something that's been thrown in his lap, and I want to see is this something he wants to pursue further? And if he does, heck yeah, let's beat the crap out of Clemson and do some great ball, calls, and let's go.
All right, I want to flip back with you, Ryan Brewer, because you played running back a couple plays in your life. I want to go back to Jordan Howell real quick. We had talked about Howell last year, and the little bits we saw him, you liked him. There was something there, whether it was athleticism, whether it was balance, whether it seemed like vision-wise, there was something there when you watched him. You went, that guy's a run. That guy's got something. But you saw him in the bowl game, he fumbled, and he was a ghost after that. This year, we really haven't seen him until Mike Furry stepped in to take over. When that happens with a running back, is it as easy as, well, he's not good in pass pro and you got to get better at pass pro, or he's just not a good practice player and you got a crowded running back room? is maybe he's a guy that doesn't pick up the offense as quick as everybody else, so maybe he's not seeing the things he needs to see. When you see natural ability with a guy like that, it's always something of that nature, isn't it?
There has to be something that's going to happen negatively. What's from the fumbles or maybe protection, like you said, or not pick up the plays very well, or maybe the whole Shula's system he couldn't grasp. I don't know what it was. It has something to do with Faison coming in and automatically being number one without even hitting the practice field as much as those guys have. But there's something I really know is when he's on the field. Things happen.
He does stuff, doesn't he?
Stuff. He runs hard. He looks like he's having fun out there. He's running people down for a block. And again, I haven't watched every pass pro stuff, but when he has the ball in his hands, it's pretty special.
There's a burst there,
north
man.
And south, he's got a burst, and he's going to hit someone hard. The combination we have running right now is good. But the other question or thing we've had is we haven't had the ball that much. Our offense hasn't been really good beginning.
Right.
A lot of this season so far. So we haven't had a lot of play calls to be able to have him in there as well. So now we get there, get a chance to do it, and we see what he can do. We'll
give Ryan Brewer's final thoughts on South Carolina, Clemson, and also we'll talk about the guy that owns your company. The only reason you're here. That guy puts a foot.
That guy has a fence around here somewhere.
That's up next. We wrap up our hour with Ryan Brewer on Brews Day, the post-game show from JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram on Greystone here on the Game.
And stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Ever seen a university campus built?
All right. Post-game show, it's Brews Day. Terry Ford, Ryan Brewer just hanging out here. JT's Greystone, JT's Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, and Ram. Our buddy Brewer is going to probably give himself another Jeep while he's here.
I'm getting a tan.
Me and you both, man. I ain't lying.
Sunburn.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. At least you got a short-sleeve shirt on.
Yeah, nice couple days before Thanksgiving, just getting a tan
I like
out
this.
here in the car lot.
Hey,
looking at,
where you and I are from, I mean, I'm not as far north as you. We're not sitting around getting a tan right around Thanksgiving usually.
no, not normally.
Yeah.
It's maybe a little warmer than normal, but it's you can get a tan off the snow. The sun hitting the snow and glaring back up at you.
All right, so you are sponsored by some guy named Ryan Brewer Fence. I mean, the guy's a slave driver. He makes you work. I mean, the godly hours you work are insane. But in return, you always say, hey, man, I'll give you a solid when I do the hour with those guys. So talk about Ryan Brewer
I can't really shut it off. It's one of those I go to sleep working it and wake up working it. But it's something I've been doing passionately for 20 years now. And it's got a good group of teammates out here. We actually put a lot of fence around some of JT's car lots and around town and around this whole state and stuff. But that's not what we do. So any type of fence we do, commercial or residential, we can take care of it for you. Just go to ryanbrewer.net and check out all our work online and anything you need. For you got some pools coming up, some Christmas things happen. Maybe get a new puppy. Make sure it's secure. We can put the fence in for you and take care of that. But just get ryanbrewer.net.
20 years ago, if someone said, dude, you'd be doing this, owning your own business and rolling fence for 20 years, what would you have said to them?
Maybe 21 years ago, I've been like, man, that's crazy. Even 20 years ago, I kind of woke up and was like, all of a sudden, I was really just in this. Like it was. I mean, seriously, I was playing NFL. Then I went to NFL Europe. And in between, I started selling some fence products and railings and things like that. And then I just hit some of those condos around Williams-Brice, and all of a sudden, I mean, I literally was like, dang, I got crews and now we're
what have I done?
Yeah, I'm in it now. Like I'm buying trucks and I got a shop. I said I am in this for the long haul.
Like what have I done? Oh my God.
Yeah, but it's been fun. I like getting my hands dirty, but it's been fun to the people we meet and customers and employees. It's been a good time.
Cool. All right, so South Carolina taking the field against Clemson. You've watched the Gamecocks all year. Clemson obviously has not played to the level of their talent either. I mean, look, let's be fair. Penn State, Clemson, South Carolina, LSU, arguably the four most underachieving teams in college football this year. So two of those are going to face each other at Williams-Brice on Saturday. So no one's happy with what's going on this year. Clemson, obviously, defensively has not played to their talent. They got dudes who are going to hear their name in the first 2 days of the NFL draft and just hasn't worked for some reason. The offense hasn't clicked, whether it's offensive line, Klubnik, the run game consistently, whatever. South Carolina, we've seen it for 12 or 11 weeks now. For South Carolina to leave the field with a W, what's got to happen, my friend?
I think it is kind of crazy. The tale of both these teams it's two mirror images of each other. When it's talked preseason, what they had, the hype from the rankings to both quarterbacks being in the Heisman talk, and defenses are going to be so great. Even though we lost them, but we got all these guys coming back. Clemson's defense is stout. All these returning guys, like you said, most of them are going to go to the NFL and play, and then all of a sudden, just a wall hit both of them. Reality came at it, and just like what just happened. And I still think you look at it, person to person, player to player, and it's like there is talent on both these teams. Why they're not playing to that ability, I don't know. Maybe we just started with what we did, but they just took on Furman and smoked them too. They beat that Louisville team is pretty talented too. I mean, now again, some field goals missed here and there.
That game was ridiculous.
That was a crazy game. But Louisville has some talent, and they took it to them. Got a W there. I think it's going to be a huge battle of the wills. It's going to be play calling on both sides has to be really tight, and it's going to be a little chess match going on. But it's all about turnovers in this game. Turnovers, momentum killers, plays like that. Special teams have to come in huge. I think Lenore Sellers is one of these games where he's starting to feel it a little bit. And I think it's fun for him. Also throwing the ball to his brother and having those big plays and and once he starts getting that confidence going, and if it happens early, I just say it's going to be a fun day to watch him work out there. Defensively, I mean, we got to bring the heat on him, man. We got to come out there and show. Because Klubnik's been throwing the ball away. He's been inaccurate, been throwing some interceptions, and But he's still a heck of a quarterback, I think, and it's just something's going on with him. But it's got to be that pressure. Hopefully, we got Stewart hopefully back, and if not, it's time for some of these other guys to shine, and like they did last week, and let's let these seniors come out with a W.
So, real quick, we're going to run out of time. One of the things you brought this up earlier. And look, there are coaches who aren't wow guys or intense guys or big bubbly guys that are very successful. This is nothing against Mike Shule and his personality, but sometimes when you're struggling and you bring in that person with a different personality, I always call it the next girlfriend syndrome. After the old one, you're like, just give me something the opposite of what I just had because I'm miserable. When you're not successful and you bring in a guy who's different from the other guy, how much of that can help you pop?
I think it's helped a bunch. I think your personality is the big deal. But also if you have a guy that like a Shule but it's not working, you got to have something that just changes, and I think this is the biggest thing. We had a guy that comes in now with so much fire, pizzazz, and that's just changed. Maybe the offensive mindset, and you could tell the smiles on the face on the sideline, things like that. Now a win helps when you score on the first play. That helps. So, but it definitely helps, and I think we got something brewing in here.
Fantastic. Always good hanging out with you, my man.
Yes, sir.
So much Jeep you're going to get.
Big week. Let's go Gamecocks, and I might jump on another Rubicon here. I might get something with a Hemi.
Ryan Brewer, Brews Day. Always appreciate you, my man. All right, we'll get back in here. Here are some of the thoughts of Shane Beamer from today's presser. That's next on the postgame show, live from JC's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram on Greystone here on the game. Live from JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram. It's a post-game show. Terry Ford hanging out again. Our buddy Jay Phillips has started his treatments for his bladder cancer, and he will be in and out this week. We wish, obviously, Jay nothing but the best, and he's in everybody's thoughts. So Jay will be with us, not today, but we're hoping either maybe tomorrow or Friday we'll have a little time talking with Jay Phillips this week. All right, so Shane Beamer doing his week, it was the last Tuesday presser, I do believe, for the season. And Shane talked about a bunch of stuff. Jalen, I'm going to call for some of these things here. So we'll get ready to get to that. First of all, let's get to cut 7, Jalen. One thing, South Carolina has had an issue, obviously, for more than a minute about beating Clemson at Williams-Brice. Again, the last 2 wins were in the upstate, at Clemson's dojo. So here's Shane Beamer, cut 7, Jalen, talking about beating Clemson in Columbia.
Yeah, I tend to look at it as I'm undefeated in 12 noon games, and I haven't won at night, is how I try to look at it. So we play at noon, so I'm hoping it's a noon thing and not a home or away thing. No, I think both games were, 2021 was one I would like to forget. That wasn't much fun. But those other 3 games, 22, 23, 24, were very much could go either way. And, 23 was a dogfight. We did not do much offensively, to say the least. We held them to field goals in the red zone, but didn't play great. And then we've played well in all 3 phases when we've gone up there. So it is random. It's very rarely, it is rare. You don't really see a rivalry game where the away team has won however many straight years that it's been. But I think it's more, I know there'll be orange in the stands on Saturday, and there'll be tons of garnet and black in the stands on Saturday, just like when we go up there to their place. So I think it's more than anything just playing well. And for whatever reason, we have not played well in our stadium, and they have played better than us and coached better than us in our stadium. And what we need to focus on Saturday is not home, away, what color uniform we're wearing, any of that stuff, what time we're playing, but just preparing to go play well and play clean, winning football on Saturday at 12 noon.
Things where it's kind of weird where you've seen the last, 4? The visitors have won. And the last 2 with Cade Klubnik as the quarterback, Clemson's offense really didn't do squat against Clayton White's defenses. And obviously you hope that happens again Saturday. But remember 2 years ago, Williams-Brice, that thing was, whew. The South Carolina offensive line just got whooped. Spencer Rattler, Xavier Legette, and the rest of that offense could do nothing. And you're watching it, it was like unless the defense can, or special teams can get a score, this is a wrap. It's just the offense was just beaten at the line of scrimmage for 4 quarters. Last year it was different. Obviously, Lenora Sellers with the big 3rd and 16 touchdown run. Demetrius Knight with the huge interception. Clemson people will say Cade Klubnik with the awful decision to throw the ball back across to the middle of the field. And Knight picked it off. However you want to look at it, South Carolina walked out of the upstate with a victory. This year, again, South Carolina is a slight favorite. The ESPN matchup predictor, which, isn't like religion, has South Carolina like almost a 64% chance to win the football game. Like Ryan Brewer and I were talking, I've yipped with a few Clemson fans who tell me, South Carolina's going to win this year. The Clemson fan base has been totally just beaten down by the ones I've talked to. Maybe not, I'm not saying everybody, but the Clemson fans I've talked to, this year has been so disappointing to them in so many different ways. They've just thrown their hands in the air. Obviously, Gamecock fans go, hey, we feel your pain, brother. We know, hey, we know this one has been tough on us, too. We expected a lot here in Columbia. But the Clemson fan base, the ones I've talked to, they are like disgusted at all get out with the way the season went for the Tigers. So you got 2 teams, like I said, they're among the 4 or 5 most underachieving programs of the season between South Carolina and Clemson.
Can I chime in here, Terry?
What gives? No, you can't, Jalen.
Okay, great.
Sure you can. What do you got?
Yes. I just don't know. I'm not really confident that Clemson is going to be, are they a good home team or are they a bad away team? I just don't know what side of Clemson where we're going to get. But from the people that I spoke to, they're thinking that this game is going to be really, really close. And Shane Beamer alluded to in the press conference that it's going to come down to the fourth quarter. And I asked him personally about, the theme that you've been preaching was finishing games. You haven't been able to finish games all year. Will it come down to the scenario of you finishing games? And he just said that that's been the focal point for the entire week and for the players is that we need to finish the fourth quarter. So hopefully it's going to come down to what team is going to make the right play at the right time, and whoever makes those plays is going to ultimately win the game this weekend.
Yeah, look, you've got two teams who have not played up to the level of their talent all year. Just to be honest. And so there is talent on both sides of the ball in this game for both phases of offense and defense. And I would be stunned if it's not, to your point, a fourth quarter game. It's a one-possession game. And, again, like a lot of the games South Carolina's had this year, who's going to make plays in the fourth quarter? And this year, it has not been South Carolina. And one of the reasons why you're sitting at 4-7 going into the Clemson game is because you haven't made plays in the fourth quarter. And it is going to be interesting to see how this whole thing rolls itself out on Saturday. Because, again, you got two teams who aren't in a very good mood about their seasons, and two fan bases who aren't in a very good mood about their season. Let's come back and grab another cut from Shane here real quick, Jalen. Let's go with cut 11. Remember, last year it was a close game, intense, low scoring. Lenore Sellers with the big touchdown run. Demetrius Knight with the game-sealing pick. South Carolina gets a huge win, their second straight win at Clemson. Here's Beamer talking about how much of that victory last year carries over to this year, if any.
Yeah, you can watch personnel. The scheme's different, but I think this year with Coach Allen and last year with Wes, it was the mindset wasn't different. It was we're gonna be aggressive and we're gonna be up in your face and we're gonna challenge you and we're gonna make life really difficult on you. And Wes and their defense did that every year, basically, that I've been the head coach here. It's been a challenge to score points on them. And then this year with the personnel they have, yeah, it's a different coordinator, but you can look back at last year's game and see a lot of the same personnel because a lot of those guys, played in that game last year. There's older guys that have been there since 2022, if you go back and watch that tape, just to kind of get a feel for personnel. So I think more than anything, it's kind of looking back and you watch last year's game, even though the coordinator's different, and to get a feel for, our personnel versus their personnel and see, Josiah and I guess it really would be Josiah, blocking some of their defensive linemen or whatnot. But there's still stuff that you can take from last year's game, and obviously Lenore's played great and did a lot of really good things in the fourth quarter, and as did their defense. They made a lot of plays against us last year too.
Yeah, there's some, like Shane said, there's some things you can take to a point, but it's ironic. Clemson brings in a fancy defensive coordinator, a guy who's looked at as one of the best in the business in Tom Allen, and it just hadn't worked. The defense is not as good as it was the last couple of years with all the talent they have on defense. Because, again, they've got dudes who are going to be making money in the NFL on that defense. But it hasn't clicked this year for whatever reason. And on the other side, you have Garrett Riley in that offense. Last year, Clemson's offense looked like, oh, well, here we go. It's as the year went on, it's like, all right, here it comes. Here, you see it. You got these receivers. You got Klubnik. But this year, the consistency on both sides of the ball for Clemson hasn't been there. And with Garrett Riley, their offensive coordinator, look, I understand why you hire Garrett Riley. He was there with Sonny Dykes at TCU. That offense was explosive. I always say this, though, when you are hiring, and really you don't know until you know, you can do all of the research and due diligence in the world, but when you hire an offensive coordinator from a program where the head coach is really, it's kind of like the head coach's offense, and the offensive coordinator, it's not his offense, it's the head coach, it's always going to be, well, how does this offensive coordinator, once he gets away from the head coach, how does the offensive coordinator run his offense? Because he has not been running his with the offensive-minded head coach. And it feels like with Garrett Riley, it's consistently just not working out very well. There could be other factors involved in this thing, sure. But, again, it's always when you hire that OC from an offensive-minded head coach, you're hoping you're getting a guy that can stand on his own 2 feet as an offensive coordinator, and he wasn't just there, with the offensive minded head coach. Like, we joke about Coach Dykes at TCU. Hey, Garrett, what's up, Coach? Do me a favor. I need a mocha frappuccino. Stop giving me one of those good breakfast wraps. Car needs washed. And I'll tell you what you're going to be doing on Saturday when you get back. Okay, Coach, thanks. You just don't know. But it just hasn't worked. And here at South Carolina, obviously, we've seen this close up this season of an offense that just it was clunky from the get-go. And now it is declunked. How much of that was just you were playing Coastal as 121st ranked defense regarding efficiency in the country, basically a bad defense? How much is it? Mike Furry, different play calling, just tweaking some things and doing some things differently offensively from week to week. Because you get like Mike Furry came in and said, all right, guys, we're going to put in a whole new offense. We're going to do it in 4 hours. No, you're just kind of tweaking and doing things within the structure of the offense you already have to try to maximize that offense because you're in season. But we've seen some hope from the South Carolina offense in 3 of the last 4 halves of play since Mike Furry took the reins of the offensive side of the ball. So we'll see. We truly will see which direction this whole thing goes. We're going to talk to our buddy Wes Mitchell. Jalen, I'll give you the phone number when we get the break. Wes Mitchell from Gamecock Central. Recruiting. Now, early signing day is about a week and a half off. How is South Carolina holding up in recruiting? You lost a really good recruiter in Lonnie Teasley when he was let go as the offensive line coach. You also lost your offensive coordinator / quarterback coach in Mike Shula. So, and those guys obviously are deeply involved in the recruiting. How's it going? South Carolina holding on to everybody that was being recruited by the guys who are no longer here. We'll get into all that with Wes coming up. Our buddy Wes Mitchell from Gamecock Central, also co-host of the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour here on the game. Now we're hanging here at JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram on Greystone. Had to put this, if you're watching the live stream, yep, I got the sunglasses on because I can't see anything. But the good news is it's sunny and it's really nice out here.
You look like you're at Myrtle Beach on Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna, in a minute, I don't know, I might be kicking back here in my lawn chair. I might have my trunks on. Nobody needs to see that. Second thought, nobody needs to see that, Joe. That's just not good. I shower with my clothes on. Anyway, so nobody needs to see me sitting here in my swim trunks.
You'll have a Colorado
Wouldn't be a good thing.
American shirt on.
Yeah. representing the. You know what? I should get those shirts for free with all the money that those schools are getting from me. Say that right now. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Wes Mitchell from Gamecock Central, get us caught up on what's going on regarding recruiting. His early signing day is coming up. We have that next here. We are live from JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram. Please, it's Hunger Awareness Month. Stop on by if you can with some non-perishable food items. A little, a lot, it does not matter. Just anything is important during Hunger Awareness Month. It's Beat Clemson, Beat Hunger Week right here on the post-game show on the game. Just chilling here at JT's on Greystone. JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram beat Clemson, beat Hunger Week, Hunger Awareness Month. Any non-perishable food items, please feel free to bring them by. We would appreciate it very much. Terry Ford hanging here. Jeannie's here also taking care of business. Jalen back in the studio. And, of course, we had to bug our buddy Wes Mitchell in the middle of diaper changing. Hop on here. We appreciate you, my man. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Terry? I'll take a black Jeep Wrangler 4xe, okay?
You know what? I have a lot of juice here, so I'll snag the keys. I'll bring it on by. It's all yours. For doing this hit with me, I will make sure you have yourself a Jeep.
That's some good bang for buck right there.
I was going to say, have you ever gotten that kind of compensation for doing a radio hit?
I have not. So.
Hey, man, recruiting-wise, I was looking yesterday. South Carolina, it's a top 20 class, which in the SEC means you're 10th sometimes. But still, it feels like the class is still holding strong, despite losing Lonnie Teasley and Mike Shula. But you're the expert. How's it going right now as we inch toward early signing day?
Yeah, the class has held together, I would say, kind of remarkably strong when you look at the loss of, primarily Lonnie. He's just been an excellent recruiter for South Carolina over the last few years, and especially on the offensive line on paper. You look at this class, and a couple of the best guys in the country are committed to South Carolina. And just with the season being a disappointment, I think a lot of people maybe assumed they would lose a bunch of guys. They have lost a couple of commitments. And typically, even when you have a good year, you'll sometimes lose some guys. But I think when you look at this class, they've been able to hold it together. Darius Gray, depending on where you look, a top guard prospect in the country. Some of the other, I would say, rankings have Zion Giles as a top guard prospect in the country. So you have two guys there. They're among the very, very best on the offensive line, a top quarterback in Landon Duckworth. A pretty strong defensive tackle class as well, and then some underrated in-state guys, I think. So, and of course, you're going to supplement that with the transfer portal. It's not, Terry, a huge class just from a numbers standpoint, but when you look at the average rating, it does hold up pretty well in the country.
All right, Wes Mitchell hanging out with us from Gamecock Central, but more importantly, the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour here on the game. So Wes is hanging out with us, talking some recruiting. His early signing day is about a week and a half away. All right, so of the players that South Carolina has verbal to them, is there anyone that you're concerned about in the current group right now that might flip out and go somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody in particular you're super concerned about. Let me run down the class, just looking at it right now. Here's the thing about recruiting these days. If you're South Carolina, if you're any school, you can't really rest on anybody because obviously we know how much NIL and rev share and all that plays into it now. So you always kind of have to be aware. Is there a possibility that somebody throws an end of the cycle offer at one of your guys and just tries to steal them at the very end? So, I think you always, even last year, there were guys that signed with South Carolina that there were never any outward signs that they were going anywhere else. And we heard after the fact, we had to fight off, a couple of schools for this guy and that guy. So you never say never, right? Amari Thomas, a running back commitment that was committed to South Carolina for a few months, he already flipped last week to Florida State. That would probably have been the answer to that question a week ago. So with him already not in the class, I don't really know if there's a guy you circle and say you're super concerned about from a South Carolina perspective. The obvious one other than him would have been Darius Gray, just because he is so highly ranked. He's the number 45 player in the country, and is someone that I think other schools have just continued to pursue. He has essentially said, look, if Shane Beamer's at South Carolina, that's where I want to be. So that's kind of where his loyalties lie. He is a prospect from Virginia, so I'm sure James Franklin will probably try and make his run there just as a new coach who brings some excitement to that program. But for the most part, I really only mention him just because he's so highly recruited that most schools just do not stop recruiting guys like that. And, of course, he's at a position that he was recruited specifically by Lonnie Teasley before he was let go at South Carolina.
Wes Mitchell hanging out with us, Gamecock Central Takeover Hours. We take a little deep look into recruiting as we're getting close to early signing day in college football. All right, Wes, so who is South Carolina still chasing that they could possibly flip?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a few guys throughout the process that you would list, but the one who's kind of just come to the top of the list there would have to be Julian Walker, who is a Dutch Fork edge/defensive line prospect. He's been committed to Michigan since the summer, and depending on who you ask, and really depending on when the process you asked it, like it's kind of been up and down. At times, it has really looked like he was going to stick with Michigan. At other times, you look at the fact that he's been at just about every South Carolina home game this year. Kind of famously, his father is on staff at South Carolina on the strength and conditioning team over there. And, just has a very, very strong, as you would expect, comfort level with this program, with Shane Beamer, and with this staff. So I think that's one that's going to just truly go down to the wire in terms of, hey, who does he sign with next Wednesday? And I think that's a situation where we'll be tracking that one to the very end. It could be one answer today. It could be a different one then. But just in terms of the process there for him, he was at South Carolina this past weekend for their home game with Coastal. Again, he's been on campus a bunch. He has this long-planned visit to be at Michigan this weekend as they take on Ohio State. And, of course, that's the big rivalry matchup there. He doesn't visit Michigan near as much as he does here because of just the distance from home. And so I would look at what happens on that trip, what does sort of what are the reactions to being up there again, and sort of combine with how did things go throughout the year with all those trips to South Carolina. So I think that was still to be determined. Another guy has jumped on the radar again here late, Carson Baker. He's a 4-star running back. Carolina was involved with him really, really early in the process. He committed to Florida. Obviously, with them, getting rid of Billy Napier, there's been just fluidity in their recruiting class, and he is still committed to Florida but is heavily considering other schools, and he'll be on his official visit to South Carolina this weekend. So that would be a guy who we talked about him early, then he really wasn't on the radar anymore, but because of the changes at his current spot, you could see that one maybe come full circle depending on how this weekend goes.
Wes, when it comes to Walker, he's a local kid. I mean, it's just very simple. This is easy. Right now, I'm sitting at JT's. It's 70-some degrees. I got sunglasses on. I could be getting a tan. Right now in Ann Arbor, it's probably 17 below. This is easy, man.
You would think. And I do think with him, important to remember, his dad played at Wisconsin. That his dad's obviously bounced around as a coach, and so he's not. Yes, he is local, which gives you that easy access to where you can have him at your games pretty much every home game this year, and he would obviously be able to continue to be around his family a little bit easier, or much easier, if he stays home. But you don't have that hometown feel where this is a kid who grew up in Columbia or has just been around the program his whole life, is still relatively new to the area, and so you don't necessarily have that hometown feel here, whereas, if I went up there, man, I don't know if I would be able to manage the snow. You are talking about a kid who's a little bit more Midwest-based when he was younger.
I'd love to see you spend a winter in Ann Arbor.
You'll never see that. You will never see that.
So basically, in closing, the last 30 seconds, you feel pretty good where South Carolina is with this recruiting class, despite all the turbulence of the season and coaching staff changes. You feeling pretty good?
Yeah, I think it's a solid class, and I think it's one that could remain solid or could maybe be a couple of steps above that, depending on what happens over the next week. And, of course, they're going to have to supplement it, I think, with a really good haul from the transfer portal as well.
Wes Mitchell, always appreciate you, my man. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour. Never will spend a winter in Ann Arbor. Stunning.
Facts. Very true.
Hey, man, good luck with everything. Say hi to the baby. I know the baby can't talk. Say hi for me.
I'll do it. I appreciate you, Terry.
Appreciate you, my man. All right, we'll jump back in here. Interesting goings on in Oxford, Mississippi with Lane Kiffin. So a little interesting back and forth with the media this week as well. We're going to play you a little sound from Lane and just have a little discussion about what the bleep is happening with Lane Kiffin. That's next here on the postgame show. We are here at JT's, Jeep Chrysler, Dodge, and Ram on Greystone. Stop by non-perishable food items. It's Beat Clemson, Beat Hunger Week, and it's Hunger Awareness Month. Please help us out. Again, we appreciate anything you can do. Postgame show. A little Lane Kiffin sound and discuss this big, gigantic story in college football next here on the postgame show on the game. Fine work on the roads. Congratulations. No accidents to speak of at this moment, just our typical construction That's really it. It's been a good day. Good day on the roadway. It's the long-term stuff, I-126 between Hugie and I-26. Also I-26 between Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road. And then I-20 and 26, exit 64 and 65 on Broad River Road. And again, weather-wise, it's just stupid perfect. We're sitting here right now outside looking at 2 degrees, 1% precipitation. And tonight, the low is only going to drop into the mid-60s. Again, a lot warmer than Ann Arbor, just saying. All right, we'll jump back in. Lane Kiffin comments as he was ducking and dodging questions from the media again this week about where he's going to coach next year. That's next on the postgame show. Live from JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram on Greystone. We'll be here the rest of the afternoon, and please, non-perishable food items, we would appreciate it very much if you could drop anything by. Doesn't have to be a lot, could be a little, whatever you can do is, again, greatly appreciated. As we beat Clemson, beat Hunger Week, and it's also National Hunger Awareness Month. All right, so Lane Kiffin talking with the media. Again this week it's been that dog and pony show of dodging questions about his future and things of that nature. And when I first thought about the whole Lane Kiffin situation, I said, why would you leave Ole Miss? They will match any offer financially or get you close to being the highest paid college football coach in the country. You're going to make the college football playoff this year from Oxford. That's what it seems like. You have an NIL crew in the Grove Collective that will do anything they can to keep getting money together to help you stay competitive on a high level. You got rev share coming. You're going to get a ton of that in the breakdown at Ole Miss. Everything you want is there. Why would you leave? And look, Lane Kiffin does what he does. I mean, if it's me, I'm staying at Ole Miss. I am. I can make the college football playoff, and once you get in, man, you got your shot, and you've shown you can get there. You've had double-digit win seasons, multiple double-digit win seasons. They love you. There is no hot seat. You have zero hot seat. Matter of fact, you're like, wow, my seat is so cold. I need a coat for my butt. You can sit there and just you can be there till you croak on the sideline. It's a great life. It really is. Your family's there. Everything is lined up perfectly for you. But it feels like now, if you were going to stay at Ole Miss, and look, we don't know. He could, after the Egg Bowl, he can get up and say, "I'm never leaving Oxford. I'm gonna sign a lifetime contract." Truly, this is who knows. But if I was guessing, if you were staying at Ole Miss, you already would have said it. And maybe Lane's just playing this thing right to the end, and he's going to stay, which I think to me is the right call. But again, look, Lane didn't call me for my opinion. Everybody makes their own decisions for their own reasons, and it's not like I'm going to be mad because I have no emotional attachment to it. You do you, man. Whatever you want to do, Lane. Go coach at LSU where the governor just ran off the last coach with those crazies. Or go to Florida where you can't even fit in the kitchen. There's so many cooks. Go for it. And I hope it works out for you. I truly do. But this whole thing has a stink to it. It really does. And we're going to get to that in a minute. First, here's Lane, Jalen. Get this ready. Here's Lane Kiffin dodging questions. And he had 3 different questions from the media in Oxford about his future. And here's Lane ducking and dodging.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, very fair question, but we're not answering anything that doesn't have to do with the game and the team and the season. But fair question.
I guess, first of all right, you don't want to talk about it, and I get it, but you're the one that's put everyone in this position. You have. And look, your future's your future and things of that nature. And the calendar's clunky. I mean, for a coach, and I've said this before the college football playoff. I said this during, the BCS Bowl era. For a coach to leave his team before the end of the season because he has to take a job, because he has to, I put in air quotes, has to, is asinine and ridiculous and unacceptable. It just is. Sorry. You finish your job. You complete your mission. Coaches tell these players all the time about loyalty and loyalty and loyalty and finish what you start and blah, 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 blah. Until it's them. But it's different. But I got to go. I got to get a head start on recruiting. I've got to meet with my players. I got to see if I can keep the team together. I don't want and again, all these are legit excuses to a point. But if you're truly the man and they're going to put thine lips on your backside because they want you so bad and they love you so much and they've got to have you, they're going to make you the highest paid coach in the history of the universe of all coaches, blah, blah, more blah, then you can tell them, look, I'm finishing what I started here. If you want me, you'll wait. And yeah, we might be behind the eight ball a little bit this year, but I plan to win a lot in the coming years. I'm staying here and finishing what we started. I preach to these guys, and then they all say it about family and brotherhood and everything else. Until it applies to them professionally. I just have a problem with it. I do. I might be the only one. Lane Kiffin has gone from a guy who was highly criticized and couldn't do nothing right to a guy who, no matter what he does, everybody loves him. And everybody makes excuses for it.
I think he should stay. And I think what's going to happen is he's probably going to do the similar move that Kurt Cignetti did with Indiana, where it was a lot of talk where Cignetti might leave to go to Penn State, and it came out to say, nah, I'm here to stay. I'm here to build something here in Indiana. So I feel like Kiffin is that loyal person. I'll be shocked if he leaves.
Yeah, I hope he stays, because I think that's the right play, is to stay. Because I went over it a few minutes ago. Why? So if he does leave, it's two things. A, it's ego. And B, he just doesn't believe. He believes he's got a better chance of consistently being in the playoff or winning a national championship at LSU or Florida than he does at Ole Miss. And does he by resources? Sure. But look at everything Ole Miss has done to get him to the point he's at now. And they'll continue to do things. You can get everything. Look, when you've got the juice, you can do anything you want in a contract, right?
Right.
You can ask for everything. You can ask for, I want this and this and this for my coaches. I want this in the rev share. I want this kind of commitment from the university and the community and all these things he can ask for. He can ask for blue M&Ms, whatever the hell you want, right?
Yeah.
And because you've got all of the leverage. Now, again, so if you decide to go, okay, man, go. I'd hate to. Like I said, I think the right play is to stay. But if he does go, you're going to walk away from your team right before the college football playoff, and that could affect. Even if they beat Mississippi State by 100.
Yeah.
Without Lane Kiffin, that could affect where Ole Miss ends up in the college football playoff rankings.
And look what he's done.
And that's crap too.
And look what he's done in the last 3 years. We didn't have no clue who Jackson Dart was until last season, and we all thought that when Jackson Dart went into the league, we all was like, what is Lane going to do now? Now he's made Trinidad Chambliss into one of the top quarterbacks in the SEC, who's playing really, really well. The offense is playing well, and the defense hasn't let off since they arrived on the scene last season. I mean, he's literally turning that program around. And for him to leave now would put a whole big question mark on him as his character as a coach. Like, is this what you're going to continue to do in the SEC? Not just within that conference, but across the country. If another big job opens up, I don't know. I would prefer him to stay where he's at, continue to leave your legacy at Ole Miss what you've been doing.
Yeah, I'll throw it like this. If he does leave right before the college football playoff, think about it this way. What if let's just take a look at this thing. What if right before the college football playoff, let's say Marcel Reed decided to leave Texas A&M? What if? What if he decided he was going to leave because he just wanted to leave? We all know why he'd want to leave, because somebody's been tampering with him. He's probably got some great offer somewhere that obviously is on the down level. What if Marcel Reed decided to leave Texas A&M right before the college football playoff? That dude would get destroyed.
Yes.
Destroyed. You're not loyal. You're greedy. Well, but it's okay for Lane Kiffin to leave to go take a job right before the college football playoff, and there's nothing about loyalty or greed or hypocrisy or anything, right? Because that's just the way this thing unfortunately goes.
And they're going
it
to
is
look at Mike
hypocritical.
Elko looking like, well, you just let go one of our best players on our team that led us to the playoff. So I mean,
So my point, and I know this thing it's clunky, the calendar's weird, and it should be set up totally different than the way it is, but still, when you walk away like that, if a player did it, we'd have a whole different conversation. All right. It is the post-game show. We'll hear more from Shane Beamer's 1 o'clock presser coming up next here on The Game. Beat Clemson, beat hunger. Hunger Awareness Month. Any non-perishable food items? Yeah, maybe you got some stuff there in the cupboard. Yeah, nobody's going to eat it. Or, you got a lot of it and you don't need as much as you got. So, hey, whatever reason, we appreciate anything you can drop by as we are here till 6 today. We can't do Jay Renee. There's no Jay Phillips. But our bud Jay getting treatments this week for his bladder cancer. Might get him some maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday. But the important thing this week is for Jay to get treatment so he can get better as fast as humanly possible. So, again, we're thinking about our guy Jay Phillips as he really kicks his fight in to high gear regarding his bladder cancer. So just keep him in your thoughts. We do appreciate it. All right, so Shane Beamer talking to the media today. Let's get I always love injury updates because they're typically very short. Coaches hate talking about injuries and injured players. Here is cut 12. Shane Beamer talking about Dylan Stewart and Nick Harbor, who missed the Coastal game because of some injury stuff. Here is Shane Beamer giving the update on Dylan and Nick.
I think you said on Sunday that you expected Dylan and Nick to play against Clemson. Is that still the case?
I still do.
There you go, man. That's it.
That was a breathe out answer.
Play that again, Jalen. I love this. I love coaches and injuries. Go for it.
I think you said on Sunday that you expected Dylan and Nick to play against Clemson. Is that still the case?
I still do.
There you go. That's it. Done. I still do. Next. Oh, man. So, now again, part of that is, the way a question can be asked. Like if you would have went, so can you give us a status on Dylan Stewart and Nick Harbor? Then you get a little bit more of an answer. Not much.
Yeah.
You'll get this. Ready? Status is we feel good that they'll play. And that's all you would have got, but still.
Yeah.
That was classic. Yep. Still do. So, I mean, the good news is you got to rest Dylan Stewart and Nick Harbor against Coastal to heal up some of their injury stuff. And, Dylan Stewart's had that hip thing that's been nagging him. Of course, Nick Harbor got hurt in the A&M game. And they both seem like they're going to be ready to rock and roll against Clemson, which is a good thing. All right, let's get cut 10 here, Jalen, real quick. Shane was asked at the press today the importance of finishing. And this is your question, wasn't it, Jalen, about finishing?
Yeah.
All right. Some dude named Jalen Tart asked a question. Who let him into this press conference? I don't know. But a reporter, a journalist named Jalen Tart asked Shane Beamer about the importance of finishing or the fourth quarter versus Clemson. Play that cut from Jalen Tart. Jalen Tart.
We talked about it on Sunday because when we review the Coastal game, we talk about, one of our keys to win our plan to win each week is dominating the fourth quarter. So we talked about what we did in the second half and in the fourth quarter against Coastal. Certainly today we talked about, this game's going to come down to our plan to win like it does each and every week. And a big part of that is the fourth quarter. And, you talk about the last, our two trips to Clemson. You think about the fourth quarter and the plays we made in 2022 on offense, defense, and special teams in the fourth quarter. You think about last year, the plays we made on offense, defense, and special teams in the fourth quarter, and it was guys making some really great individual plays. We talked about it this morning. Everybody talks about the drive that we had last year with Lenoris and the play that D. Knight made at the end of the game, but none of that happens if on third down, after we did the onside kick and didn't get it, they went 3 and out. And on third down, it's man-to-man coverage. All 80,000 people in the stadium realize it's man-to-man coverage. We're not disguising anything. And they check to a goal ball versus Vakari Swain over there on their sideline. And Vakari Swain breaks up the pass, and they have to punt. And then Lenoris goes down the field. So it was individual players making big-time plays. And that's what we've talked a lot about. But we know this game, like every year, is going to come down to the fourth quarter. And we certainly need to play better and be able to finish this week for sure.
My God. So impressed with the question. The answer was fine, but the question. Now we're talking about something. No, look, that's the thing this year. We've gone over it. South Carolina's been outscored in the second half. In the fourth quarter, they have not finished the way that, Shane Beamer's teams have in the past. Last year, they finished a ton. This year, not so much.
And that was kind of the basis of my question, is that was a reoccurring thing we've been seeing as Gamecock fans throughout the season. So for you to finish the fourth quarter now, he said earlier, this will be a huge statement win going into next season. So what would go into that, you got to finish the fourth quarter. And I'm very glad that, he said that to not just the media, but to his team as well in the team meeting that when he mentioned in the press conference.
I mean, again, it's one of those things this year. I mean, you've had multiple opportunities, whether it's Alabama, Texas A&M, Missouri. You have been in games in the fourth quarter, and you just could not finish those games by making the plays you need to play, either to hold a lead or recapture a lead, tie the game, whatever the case. You just couldn't do it. You haven't been able to do it this year. And, we've talked about leadership a lot. And I think part of it is leadership. Does leadership make you a better player in regarding to playmaking? Well, no, not in theory, but I just think there's an attitude and a mentality when you have good, strong leadership in your locker room, consistently strong leadership, that, again, I will say this. You don't lose a Texas A&M game if you have strong, consistent leadership.
I agree.
You just don't. All right, 5 o'clock news. College football playoff poll will come out tonight. We'll get into that. Also, there was a Monday Night Football game last night where the two teams just took turns giving the ball to each other. We'll discuss that as well in the 5 o'clock news, sponsored by Integrated Media. Post-game show live from JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram. Beat Clemson, beat hunger. It's Hunger Awareness Month. Help us out. We're here till 6. Are here to help you if you're a guy, and as you're getting older, things just change. Getting older sucks. Should be on a T-shirt. But you don't have the same drive in life, or maybe you're depressed, or maybe you're just not. Your workouts at the gym aren't as good, or maybe you're bouncing back from workouts is not the same. And maybe you're not sleeping as well as you used to. Maybe you can't remember stuff the way you used to. Maybe just your quality of life for you physically, mentally, as a man is different. Well, there's a place for you to go to just to find out the answers. It's a men's clinic of South Carolina. 803-875-MENS. Make the call. A free confidential consultation with Dr. Dan and the staff. They will listen to what's going on with you, and they will come up with answers to help you get back to being you again. 803-875-MENS. Make that call. Take the first step to getting back to being you again at the men's clinic of South Carolina. We are checking the traffic. Just a lot of construction. No accidents going on right now, which is a good thing. Just the typical spots of the long-term construction that we see during our day. I'm just catching up on the traffic I missed, Jalen. That's all. When I was getting my hoodie and fixing up the live stream and saying hi to the folks.
You had to get cozy.
We are here on the 5 o'clock news.
Warm.
Yeah, I had to get myself together, man. You know, we got stuff going on here.
No, I feel you.
So anyway, all right, 5 o'clock news sponsored by Integrated Media as we roll the post-game show live from JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge and Ram. As we are rolling here, beat Clemson, beat hunger. It's that week. It's rivalry week. We do it every year. Also, it's Hunger Awareness Month, so please, any non-perishable stuff you could bring us, we would greatly appreciate that. College football playoff poll will come out tonight. We've only got a couple of these left from what I'm thinking about. And it's going to be interesting as things really get jockeyed for position, obviously, as we wrap up the regular season. And if you look at the college football playoff rankings and where it's at right now, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia. I think Oregon's safe now with that win over Southern Cal. Ole Miss, look, should win the Egg Bowl. Now, there's been a lot of talk. If Ole Miss loses, follow me here. Let's say Ole Miss loses the Egg Bowl. Texas Tech wins. Oklahoma wins. Notre Dame wins. Alabama wins. BYU wins. Vanderbilt wins. Miami wins. Let's say everybody wins. So let's say it's a boring rivalry Saturday except for Ole Miss losing. There are people that think if Lane Kiffin does announce he's leaving and Ole Miss loses, they could tumble out of the college football playoff. That's a rumor. I don't know. We'll see. I think Ole Miss wins the Egg Bowl. I mean, a lot of goofy stuff happens in that game, but I think Ole Miss wins.
They're winning it.
I think so, too.
Stop
I think they're just a lot better than me. Nah, dude, that thing has had a lot of kooky stuff happen over the years. Yeah, I'm telling you now, I think Ole Miss is much better than Mississippi State, but... And again, how much of all this ridiculousness that Lane Kiffin has brought out with everything that's going on, you hope, look, a couple years ago that team cratered because Kiffin's name was all over the Auburn job. I think they'll win, but again, if they do in some way, shape, or form stumble and lose this game, and Kiffin says he's leaving, it's going to be interesting to see how it affects their college football playoff standing. Yeah. But if they do win, they're in. It's just that simple. They win, they're in. Also, look, I've said this. I'm rooting for Vanderbilt. I am no offense to Tennessee. I could care less about Tennessee. I have no hate, but I just would love to see Vanderbilt go 10-2 and find a way to get in the college football playoff. I would love that.
If they win it, we could see Pavia Mania in the playoffs. I mean,
I'm all in on Diego Pavia. I think right now no player has affected his team in America, not just on the field but off the field, the way Diego Pavia has at Vandy.
Yeah.
He's changed the culture. He's changed the program. I just do. I think if that is he going to win the Heisman? I don't know. We'll see. If he has a big game against Tennessee and they make the playoff, he could steal the Heisman Trophy. If I'm voting, I would vote for him, because again, I don't think anyone is. And look, Pavia's been phenomenal the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And Pavia's numbers are excellent. And if Vandy goes 10-2 and makes the playoff, you've checked the box about, does his team win games and all that other stuff that comes up in this voting. I would vote for him. Do I think he's going to win it? No, I think Mendoza at Indiana is going to win it.
Yeah.
That's who I think will win it, myself. But anyway, I'd love to see Vanderbilt handle their business in Knoxville, end up 10-2. Alabama, look, again, weird stuff happens on the plains. I think Alabama wins at Auburn. I don't think it's going to be easy. It could be one of these weird ones, but I think Bama wins and they'll be in. Now, again, we talked about this yesterday. If Alabama loses, that's a different conversation. Or if Alabama beats Auburn and then they lose the SEC championship game and they're sitting at 10-3, how does that affect them being a 3-loss SEC team regarding the college football playoff? So this stuff can be interesting. Again, I think Alabama wins, but again, they would not be favored against A&M in the SEC championship game. Oklahoma, they pull a W over an LSU team that's limping to the finish. I think Oklahoma should win and get in at 10-2. Texas Tech is going to be in. They'll win. They'll be 11-1. They'll be in. Even if A&M loses to Texas and they're sitting at 11-1, they're in. They're in. Georgia's in. Obviously, Indiana, Ohio State. The ACC is going to be funny.
What if Michigan beats Ohio State again?
Michigan's going to go up. Michigan, then the thing is in Ohio State, because Ohio State's in.
They're in, yes.
But what does it do for, let's say Michigan's now 10-2, and they beat Ohio State again? How far would they climb? I guess obviously it depends on what Miami does and Utah and Vanderbilt and BYU, but Michigan will jump a bit. There's no doubt.
I'm looking at how far Ohio State will drop.
Okay, so let's say they lose. It depends on how you lose, right? Let's say if you lose a close game 24-23, it's a different animal. But let's say Michigan beats you, and you lose by 10, and Michigan was the better team. All right, Ohio State would fall obviously below Indiana. If A&M's still undefeated, they fall below A&M. Georgia, again, last year that was 55 overtimes against Georgia Tech. Let's say Georgia beats Georgia Tech. And Oregon, ends up with one loss as well. You could see Ohio State tumble a bit, at least to 4, if not farther. I mean, they're going to fall, especially if A&M and Indiana stay undefeated. Because, look, the one thing it feels like, again, is this committee doesn't care about strength of schedule. They don't care about who you play. I mean, you hear them talk about, well, I'll tell you what, that Indiana offensive line's really impressing me. Well, I'll tell you, that Georgia in the fourth quarter, all that matters, but what also matters is who you play and who you beat and who you're losing to. And, again, a one-loss team with a really good strength of schedule to me, or let me say that again. A two-loss team with a really good strength of schedule, to me, depending on the rundown of those two teams, I might give more love to than a one-loss team with a crappy strength of schedule.
Yeah.
That's just me. So, like Notre Dame sitting at 9-2, Notre Dame, your best win is Southern Cal.
Yeah. But they they have progressively gotten better.
Yeah, but who have they been playing? I mean, Navy's good, but Navy is not like Alabama. Alabama's resume is much better than Notre Dame's. They're sitting one behind Notre Dame.
Yep.
So I guess that's my point here, is what are we looking at? The SEC voted to, do the things, take a ninth conference game because they were led to believe strength of schedule is going to matter more. That's why I say this. And I know they won't do it because then it would make sense and it's logical. Two things need to happen. A, you need some type of criteria when you're picking the college football playoff field. There's got to be a criteria. There just has to be. And two, I would love to have some type of video camera in the conference room while they're debating it. So if you want to be part of that committee, man, and you want to get up there and give your thoughts, then it's too important to the college football world not to have more transparency in this whole thing. I'm just saying.
I agree. So, and then to add on to your point, as a fan, I don't want to hear an interview from the commissioner of the reporters asking questions. Like, we want to hear like a live feed of what decisions are being made, because
I would love to see that.
That will give us as fans a perspective of how the committee is going to think, and to the coaches as well. So I mean, I like that idea.
Yeah, this ACC is going to be the last point, and then we'll move on to last night's Monday Night Football turnover fest. Look, the ACC right now, the highest rated team in the ACC is Miami at 13. Unless we have carnage like nobody's business this weekend, Miami's not playing for the ACC championship.
Yes, I agree.
Virginia and SMU feel like they're heading toward it. Virginia's number 17 in the poll. SMU's number 25. Let's say SMU wins their next two and they win the ACC championship. I don't know if SMU can jump from 25 to 10. And remember, this is the highest rated conference champions. What if, and we'll look at James Madison and North Texas right now, are the two, and Tulane are the three highest rated group of 5 teams. Let's say James Madison, they win the Sun Belt, they win it convincingly. Let's say they're rated ahead of SMU. The ACC might not get a team in the college football playoff.
I don't think it's going to happen. I personally think Pitt will beat Miami.
So Pitt, and here it is, Pitt beats Miami and Pitt knocks So Pitt's sitting at 24. So let's say Pitt beats Miami and Pitt wins the ACC championship. That's still a large leap from 24. So, again, the ACC might, and again, it's not a guarantee, but the ACC might not get a team in the college football playoff if things get crazy in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Just saying. And how entertaining would that be to the chaos that we love of college football? All right, that's the college football playoff deal. That will come up. You'll hear the new poll tonight. All right, Monday Night Football last night was interesting.
It was crap.
49ers, look, the 49ers are my second favorite team. That thing was unwatchable last night.
That was
just a horrid football game between the 49ers and the Panthers. The Panthers had a chance. If they could have won in San Francisco, the Panthers could have taken over first place in the NFC South.
Mm-hmm.
And the Panthers, they played.
They were on an off switch from not being on at all from what we saw last week. It just.
I mean. Well, to be fair, they were playing against a much better defense, even though there's a bunch of the 49ers have injuries on both sides of the ball, but they're still a better defense than what Carolina faced the week before. But to go, Bryce Young went from throwing for, I think, what did 500 million yards to throwing for $169. Yeah, Young had 2 picks, averaged less than 6 yards an attempt, and he just wasn't good last night. But neither was Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy threw interceptions on 3 straight drives.
Yeah.
And with Bryce Young, again, they just, whether you want to say they were questionable decisions, not great throws, whatever the case. Brock Purdy, same thing though. I mean, they just weren't good throws. They weren't good decisions or good throws. And Brock Purdy, I know he's coming back from having injury issues. It's only his second week back, but Brock Purdy every now and then forgets he's Brock Purdy. And there's certain NFL throws Brock Purdy can make, and there's certain NFL throws Brock Purdy can't make. And you saw last night a couple times Brock Purdy tried to make throws that he just can't make because he was late. And he doesn't have the arm strength to overcompensate for being late. He's got to be early on throws. He's got to anticipate. He's got to throw guys open. Brock Purdy doesn't have the arm gun to sit there and try to make throws once the timing's off. He just doesn't. And so Brock Purdy's 3 picks last night. I mean, the 49ers were lucky that the Panthers only got 3 points out of the 3 picks.
Yeah.
So, look, San Francisco doesn't look great. The Brandon Ayuk thing is weird. They're going to lose. Again, Ayuk hasn't played all year because of his knee injury from last year. The 49ers, they might be the least impressive 8-win team in the NFL right now. They're like, yeah. And the Panthers,
I just don't see them matching up well for the rest of the season. They have to play the Rams with the Seahawks.
No, not at all. No. I think the 49ers are far and away the 3rd best team in that division. And their schedule hasn't been difficult so far this year, and they've kind of taken advantage of that. But that was a mess last night. That was just a flat-out mess. But the 49ers, they got the win over the Panthers. But the Panthers are you're still right there in a bad division. You're sitting at 6-6, a game behind Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield's hurt. Atlanta can't get out of their own way. So if you're the Panthers, you still got a shot. The world hasn't ended. You're okay. All right, that's the new 5 o'clock news from our Buds Integrated Media. We will come back. The Gamecock Notebook. We will talk about another rumor in the offensive coordinator search. We'll get into that next here on the post-game show. Terry Ford, Jalen Tart back in the studio. We're live at JT's Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram on Greystone. Again, beat Clemson, beat hunger. It's Hunger Awareness Month. Any non-perishable food items you could bring by, we would greatly appreciate it. We're here till 6 here on the game. Gamecock Notebook time. We'll start off with another name is circulating in the South Carolina offensive coordinator gig rumor mill. Yeah, there's some smoke around John David Baker from East Carolina. Looking at the Gamecock Central Post right now. John David Baker, second year as the OC at East Carolina. Also, Baker hung out with Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss as the co-offensive coordinator and tight ends coach before going to East Carolina. So if you look at the stats, the Pirates tied 26 nationally in sacks allowed as a team. Remember, allowing sacks is a big thing here because we've seen a ton of sacks. Well, South Carolina quarterbacks running for their lives. So East Carolina really good at protecting the quarterback, whether it's with the offensive line, getting the ball out quick, whatever the case. Also, East Carolina under Baker, the offense is top 21 in third down conversions, a top 45 rushing offense, top 20 in passing, and this is nationally, and 34th in scoring at almost 33 points a game. After 2024, Baker was a nominee for the Broyles Award because the offense in East Carolina was top 30 in the country. So that's a new name to the rumor mill, John David Baker of East Carolina. And also we have heard about Brad Glenn, the OC at Cincinnati as well. Remember, again, Glenn has a connection with this staff, worked with Sean Elliott in the past. So that's a little bit of the stuff we've been hearing on that, thanks to our buds at Gamecock Central. All right, Shane Beamer talking to the media today. Last time Shane will do his Tuesday presser for the year. Shane was talking about the special teams and was asked about the progress of special teams this year. And again, Jody Camillus in his second season as the special teams coordinator. So this is cut 17, Jalen. Shane talking about the special teams and how they progressed in 2025.
I think we've improved. I think in the return game sometimes you can look at stats, particularly in the return game. I don't even know where we are statistically in the country in kickoff return and punt return, but I think we've been pretty dang good. Statistically, we may not be. If a team is going to kick away from Nick Harbor and therefore you're taking over with better field position because they don't want to kick the ball to Nick, well, your average return's going to stink, but your starting field position is going to be pretty darn good, and that's what is more important to me. So overall, I feel like in the punt return game, we've been really good. We had some misses, frustrated about the other night because I think we had an opportunity on a punt return, the one that Vakari fielded over there on their sideline. If we have a couple guys finish on the play, go back to the finishing question, if we finish on that play a little bit better, that may spit out of there and could be a long touchdown. And I feel like we've left some opportunities out there. Kickoff return-wise, I think we're much improved. We simplified a little bit this year in what we were doing schematically in the kickoff return game, John, and I think we've been a lot better. Nick's been really good. Have we had the long, explosive kickoff return? No, but there's a hand. I think we were a problem for teams because of Nick Harbor being back there. Quayle being back there has been a weapon, and when I look at the return game, certainly on that we've been really close, and nobody wants to hear close, and I don't either on that one, but we've been really close to having some more explosive kickoff returns. So statistically, it may not show it. I think we're much improved in the return game. I mean, every week when we line up to play a team, when they punt, they more often than not, they do something they've never done before because they're either worried about getting it blocked or they're worried about Vakari back there returning it. First punt of the game against A&M, they did something they had never done before. Ole Miss, credit them on the fake, but they broke a tendency and did something they had never done before. Coastal came out the other day and did something that was a little bit new. So to me, that's a sign of respect when teams are doing different things because of the threat they feel like you present. Where I'm disappointed is certainly some of the fakes, if you will. The Oklahoma one I'm mad at myself about. Last week, I'm not mad at myself about that. That should have worked, and for whatever reason, it didn't. So I'm not going to be mad about that one. And then the LSU one should have worked. Can't talk about the officiating, but we got a tough break on the one against LSU. The one against Kentucky, give their guy credit. We executed it. Their guy made a tackle and stopped us. So we're going to continue to be aggressive from that standpoint, but certainly we need to be better with those, because even going back to last season, there were a couple that we didn't hit on, and that'll always be a weapon for us, and will continue to be, but we've got to be better there. Certainly when we do call those things, we got to execute them a little bit better, and that goes back to us as coaches.
It's always interesting to hear Shane talk about special teams. And he brought up stuff like field positions, which we don't really get into. And it's true. It's like when you're looking at, special teams in the return game. And if teams don't kick to your guys can't return kicks. Duh. But what kind of field position are you getting? Are you winning that field position battle? It's something we only talk about when it becomes a big thing, but it's a thing all the time. Field position battle, especially when your offense has been struggling and scuffling to sustain productive drives throughout the year. Obviously, the better field position you have, the better off you are.
And that does, dictate the momentum of a game, of having good field position against the opposing team, where you're kicking it to give them a harder advantage for them to score versus you kicking it bad and it goes out of bounds and you get a penalty because of it, and it gives them a greater chance to score down the field, depending upon how the offense is built to score or their design with talented players. But that he did make a very good point about the special teams aspect in that cut right there. Yeah, so, again, and of course you had the block kick on Saturday by Coastal. Fakari Swain has 3 punt returns for touchdowns. Nick Harbor's had some decent runbacks. Wynn having the opportunity as the kick return guy. So you've had some stuff on and off this year. Kicking-wise, it's been solid. So special teams, all in all, look, you're not 4-7 because you're special teams. Right.
Just like you're not 4-7 because you're defense. Again, I know it's the ultimate team sport, but you're 4-7. The number one reason you're 4-7 is your offense was clunky all year.
But we can make a point, Terry, that there are some field goals that we would like to have back in some games down the stretch.
Yeah. Look, the kicking's, but look, again, there hasn't been a time that we have seen South Carolina line up for a make or break game winning kick. Yeah, look, you want everybody to make all of them. Mm-hmm. I get it. But at the end of the day, we can't sit here and go, I'll tell you what, if South Carolina would have had a better place kicker, that record wouldn't be 4-7. I'll tell you that right now.
Right.
The last 2 years, you've been sitting around regarding place kicking going, okay, could be better, could be worse, and like this year, for an example, and I'm looking at the breakdown right now for William Joyce. He's hit all his extra points. He's 12 of 15, 80%. He's got, his all 3 misses are 40 to 49. And that has been an issue this year. When he lines up, once he gets past 40-plus yards, you're a little concerned. Mm-hmm. Inside of 40, Joyce has been money. But I think he's better than what we had last year.
Yes.
And I'll be nice and say it that way. I'll be a nice guy and say it that way. All right, Drive Around the SEC is coming up next. We're going to take a look at the coaching carousel and any rumors regarding jobs in the SEC. That will be next here on the postgame show. We were hanging here at JT's on Greystone. Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram beat Clemson, beat hunger. We are, obviously, it's Hunger Awareness Month. If you have any non-perishable food items, please stop by, drop them off for us. Doesn't matter how much, how little, anything will help this holiday season. Drive Around the SEC is next here on the post-game show on The Game. of construction, the usual construction, but no accidents to talk about on the roads this afternoon. Again, if you're navigating near I-126 between Hugie and I-26, just do not navigate that way. We have our long-term construction, also I-26 between Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road. I-20 between exit 64 and 65, like always. Broad River Road. So those are the areas around Columbia to stay away from. But no accidents to report. Nice work. Weather is phenomenal. A little breezy here, but it's good. It's a good breeze. Highs have been in the 70s all day. Lows only dropping in the 60s tonight. And should be good for football on Saturday for South Carolina Clemson. All right, drive around the SEC and a coaching hire in college football. We got that next here on the postgame show live from JT's. That we got a college football hire. I'm going to go to my reporter outside of Stillwater, Oklahoma, Jalen Tart. So, Jalen, you're on the scene at Oklahoma State. Who is the new head coach starting in 2026 for the Cowboys?
Yeah, so sources are telling me that ESPN broke this story about an hour ago. North Texas coach Eric Morris is expected to become the next head coach at Oklahoma State. Morris is set to coach out UNT's remaining games, including both a potential American Conference title game appearance and a CFP bid.
Wow, so you mean a coach would stay and finish what he started?
Yes.
Look at that.
He's doing something that if potentially a Lane Kiffin, if he decides to go to another school, hopefully he will remain the head coach at Ole Miss.
To finish
what he started. That will be something.
Well, isn't that what coaches always preach to players? Finish what you start?
Yes.
Yeah, just saying. All right, Eric Morris, I think that's a good look. We never know until, obviously, a guy takes a gig and starts grinding at the job. But I think hiring Eric Morris is a good move. The guy has got a really creative offensive mind. North Texas has been good under Morris for a short period of time. And he's going to bring look, I don't know how successful he'll be at Oklahoma State, but I do know one thing. The scoreboard should be lighting up in Stillwater because Eric Morris runs some really exciting offense.
And
so we'll see what happens.
Mind you, North Texas was 10-1, and they had the best record in school history. And they kind of knew that this was coming for reportings on Twitter with ESPN. But from what I'm reading, Morris is noted quarterback identifier and developer, having signed Cam Ward, John Mateer, Drew Messmaker in recent seasons, and they were the country's #1 offense at 503 yards per game. That's insane.
You brought up the current quarterback at North Texas. I wonder if he's a package deal with his coach to go to Oklahoma State. Just saying.
That would be good for them.
Just saying. It would suck for North Texas, but that's the world we live in right now.
Yeah.
All right, drive around the SEC. We'll concentrate on the coaching carousel. There's a lot of smoke coming out of Auburn that John Sumrall is the top candidate, the Tulane head coach. Tulane is 9-2. Sumrall has had a really nice run at Tulane. And right now, it seems like, look, this stuff can change by the time I'm finishing talking about it. But right now, just looking at the reports, smoke says that John Sumrall could be the next head coach at Auburn. Arkansas, this is interesting. We talk about it's not an easy gig. The rev share money isn't what you think it would be. The commitment from the NIL folks isn't what you think it would be when you've got Tyson Chicken and Jerry Jones and some other folks that have a really, really, really deep pockets that go to the ground. Some of the names that have been in this coaching carousel or candidates at Arkansas include Memphis head coach Ryan Silverfield, South Florida head coach Alex Golich, North Texas head coach Eric Morris, who's now off the market. And the name right now seems to be nudging ahead a little bit. Kane Womack, defensive coordinator at Alabama. His father was a two-time Arkansas assistant coach, Dave Womack. So we'll see where that goes. But
interesting.
Right now, Kane Womack's name is coming up as possibly the favorite. at Arkansas. Florida, I know all the talk has been Lane Kiffin, but the backup plans could be Jed Fish, who went to the University of Florida, didn't play there, but went there, the head coach at Washington, who's bounced around a ton in his career. This guy's a coaching grifter. Jed Fish did a really nice job in Arizona. Washington has been solid since Fish took over. Could he end up at the school he went to? Possibly.
Yeah.
Jeff Brom's name has come up, the head coach at Louisville, who has done a nice job at Louisville, did excellent work at Purdue. The name that seems to be losing steam for some reason is Eli Drinkwitz.
Yeah.
I thought Drinkwitz would be a top candidate at LSU and Florida. Obviously, LSU is drooling over Lane Kiffin, as is Florida. So maybe if Lane does leave to LSU, for example, then maybe Florida would circle back harder to Eli Drinkwitz. I think Eli Drinkwitz would leave Missouri to take a higher profile gig, even though Mizzou is putting a ton of money into their football facilities and doing some things that Drinkwitz wants. I think Eli Drinkwitz, his ego would love to carry him to LSU or Florida, but his name is not as high up as I thought it would be.
Would you be shocked if he stayed?
At Missouri, it would just mean that he didn't get an offer. I mean, that's my thing. If he gets an offer from a big dog, I think Eli Drinkwitz would leave. But if he doesn't, he's still got a good gig in Missouri. He's getting paid well. Again, Missouri's putting a lot of money into the football facilities and the football program. So, I mean, Eli would be okay if he stays at Missouri, but if one of the higher level programs would come after him, I think Eli would leave. I don't think Brent Key leaves Georgia Tech because that's his alma mater, that's his baby. He's not going anywhere. I think as long as Georgia Tech takes care of Brent Key financially and promises him the things he needs to compete on a high level, I think Brent Key will stay. Clark Lee at Vandy. There's a lot of people talking about Clark Lee leaving Vandy. I mean, again, Clark Lee went to Vanderbilt. I don't see Clark Lee leaving. I just don't. I think what's going to be interesting, Jalen, as we move forward now, once the Diego Pavia era ends, and who knows, that could be 10 years. But once the Diego Pavia era ends, what is Vanderbilt going to be as a program? Because you still have the offensive coordinator in place, the assistant head coach in place that came with Diego Pavia. Jerry Kill, Tim Burke are high-level coaches. Has Clark Lee found the road? Or is this just a 2-year wow because you had Diego Pavia? We'll find out.
Yeah.
But really, again, Clark Lee, it's his alma mater is Vandy. Nobody ever, again, Vandy's a private university. Nobody has to talk about anything about how much Clark Lee makes. But I think just like Brent Key, if Vanderbilt treats Clark Lee fairly in the wallet, I don't think Clark Lee leaves Vandy.
And then they got to give him the players that he is going to recruit for. And then potentially you could have players now backing up Pavia that could be potentially pretty good for them.
Absolutely. So. I mean, look, if you give, and it seems like Vanderbilt's actually wanting to take a crowbar to their wallet and start putting money into the football program. And look, Vanderbilt has a lot of rich folks who graduated from Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's got a lot of people that if they want to start giving money to the Vanderbilt athletic program, Vanderbilt could be doing okay financially, just saying. The other name that's out there that who knows what it means is Lincoln Riley. I think Lincoln Riley's agent keeps Lincoln Riley in play just to make sure Southern Cal understands that people might want Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley has shown you so far, again, his first year, you play for the Pac-12 championship. This year, you're sniffing around the college football playoff you're kind of like on the outside, but you're kind of, you're sniffing. If I am a program that's a big dog, I'm not hiring Lincoln Riley. He is not, unless I think we have the talent and the infrastructure and everything's in place, just like Oklahoma when Lincoln Riley took that gig. That's the only way I would hire Riley, because Lincoln Riley showed you he could take a successful program and keep it going. But Lincoln Riley is showing you right now that maybe he's not a builder of a program. Maybe he's just a guy that can take a good program and keep it going.
I like where he's at. I like him staying at Southern Cal. I think a lot of people were writing him off after Caleb Williams left, of him developing Southern Cal into what they were prone to be back in the early 2000s, in the 90s and the 80s. And I think he is the guy. A lot of West Coast quarterbacks, big time, are going to go there and start for the Trojans. So I think him staying there is, key. I'm just interested in who's going to go to Penn State at this point.
Well, there's a lot of we talked about this yesterday. There's a crazy rumor running around that Kalen DeBoer at Alabama might have his eyeball at Penn State. And there's a reason why Penn State's been so silent. And there are people that are saying that if Alabama misses the college football playoff this year, and that's 2 straight years, that Kalen DeBoer might decide, being in Tuscaloosa, it might not be good for my health. And Kalen DeBoer might take off and go to Penn State. You have heard nothing about the Penn State job. Nothing.
At all.
At all. That's what's so interesting. I don't know if that's just a rumor, a conspiracy theory, some dude with his tinfoil helmet on. I don't know.
It was just weird watching the Penn State game, and then I'm thinking, they really went from firing James Franklin to James Franklin getting hired at Virginia Tech in the middle of a college football season, and the season's not over yet. That to me is weird.
There's a name out there, a couple names. One that keeps coming up is Bob Chesney at James Madison. Now, again, Bob Chesney was handed a good program. Coach Sig gave him a good cupboard. No, I take that back. No, he didn't, because remember, a lot of players left James Madison with Signetti to go to Indiana, so Chesney did have to kind of rebuild on the fly at James Madison. Chesney has also been successful at other stops and lower levels. A lot of people love Chesney. But if you're Penn State and you fire James Franklin because you got up to say you want to win championships and all this stuff, I'm not saying Chesney wouldn't be good at Penn State. I'm saying, does Penn State then hire a guy from James Madison at Penn State? Penn State is a little more high profile than Indiana. I don't know if Penn State has the cojones to hire the guy from James Madison. Maybe that is the best guy out there. Would Penn State do it?
Yeah.
That's what would be interesting. That's the one name that's out there right now, plus this Kalen DeBoer stuff. All right, we'll jump back in. We can't do Jay versus the Internet, but we will take a look at some of the interesting games and some of the angles and the lines for tonight before we get out of here. It's a post-game show live from JT's on the Game. Gonna give you a couple of little wagering ideas for the night. Just kind of look at the games from guys who aren't experts. Really, I'm not really selling that very well, am I? I don't know what the hell I'm talking about when it comes to wagering, but we're going to talk about it anyway. Probably not a good way to sell the segment. But anyway,
okay.
You want to hit our music? We'll hit a couple of these real quick, and then I got to throw something at you before we get out of here. All right. First of all, I believe it's Maction tonight. We love some action. Western Michigan, Eastern Michigan. It's on rivalry week, baby. Western Michigan 7-4, Eastern Michigan 4-7. Western Michigan giving Eastern Michigan 10.5. Eastern Michigan is at home getting double digits in a rivalry game. I'll take Western Michigan.
I agree.
Why not? NBA tonight. I'll be honest with you. I'll say this. If you're dropping wagering dough on the NBA in an 82-game season, unless you got real feels on a game or it's an easy mark, I think of other ways to part with my money. For an example, tonight, the Clippers take on the Lakers.
Lake Show.
They both play at the same place, Crypto Arena.
No, they don't. The Clippers got their... Oh, wait. Good sound. Oh, we done lost Terry. I don't know what happened. Well, we know that the Lakers and the Clippers are playing. The Lakers look really, really well. Good. DeAndre Ayton is battling an injury right now, but Luka is holding the fort down with LeBron. GOAT James LeBron. LeBron is not my GOAT, but I love Kobe Bryant. But anyway, I personally pick the Lakers. I don't know what's going on with Terry Ford's live microphone, but I suggest he's coming right back. But yeah, a lot of great games going on tonight. A lot of great games going on this weekend. Yeah. It's just, we got a lot of technical difficulties going on, but I'm going to just keep the show going. I'll just kind of go over the games I will say Kai Anthony played tonight, earlier today against Kansas. There's been a lot of talk of him, being, the second coming of Carmelo Anthony. He only scored 6 points tonight at 2 for 12 shooting against Kansas, and Kansas won the game by 11. So he's kind of in a struggle right now. I don't know what's going on with Terry, but yeah, he should be coming back soon. I know we have 3 minutes left, but we're gonna keep driving the show. NC State, the Wolfpack. Everybody's saying that the Wolfpack is back. They won against Boise State today, 81-70 in the Southwest Maui Invitational. NC State is kind of, in a resurging year, trying to resurrect their team going into this season. So expect them to make some big noise. They're ranked 23rd in the country. Trying to get some SEC hoops action really quickly before we get off the air. South Carolina, they're playing Charleston Southern. I think Carolina will bounce back. They are, according to the ESPN matchup predictor, they're 96.1% to win the game. I think we're going to see a bounce back win after a tough weekend in West Virginia. Very close games against Northwestern and Butler. For them to lose in that fashion, especially me seeing the Northwestern game going down, in the fourth quarter with Michie Johnson having a Michie Johnson fourth quarter. I mean, I'm very happy that he's back. Very happy that he was able to come back and be the heart and soul of the team. And yeah, they will play Charleston Southern at 4:00 on Friday, and Charleston Southern's 4-3 as well, along with Carolina being 4-2. Yeah, so I will talk briefly about the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts are my favorite team, if anybody does not know. Diehard Colts fan, been a Colts fan my whole entire life. I've been a Colts fan since 2006. With my dad, watching Colts, Peyton Manning. Bob Sanders is my favorite player of all time. That was one of the very first Colts players I've ever seen. So for the Colts to, hopefully bounce back and get a win against Houston would be very, very key. Patrick Mahomes did what Patrick Mahomes did in the fourth quarter and Jonathan Taylor, was a no-show in the second half. But it's okay. It's okay. The Panthers, I think the Panthers can have a chance to beat either Tampa Bay once or twice. I think they will beat them once. But if they beat them twice, I think they will get in the playoffs. I will gladly die on the hill by saying that. But, so anyway, that would do it for this edition of the post-game show. Thank you to all the guests that was able to join. Terry Ford, thank you so much for having me on. And I'm Jalen Tart, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace out, y'all.